My name is Kayla. I graduated from college 5 years ago and moved out to live on my own when I started college. I did this because my father was a strange person. I was his first child, and he had wanted a son. When I was born a girl, he didn't hide his disappointment and was hard on my mother. As I grew up, my father never accepted me as his daughter and didn't show me any love. I don't have any happy memories of my father from my childhood. All I remember are his cold eyes and the many times he rejected me with his words. My mother protected me and loved me, even taking on the role of both parents. Because of her, I was able to get through my father's harsh treatment. 6 years later, Emery was born. My father was disappointed again that it was a girl, but this time, something changed, and he began to adore Emery. However, his attitude toward me didn't change. It was clear that he treated Emery and me very differently. As I went through elementary, middle, and high school, my father treated me like I didn't exist. On the other hand, he praised Emery for even the smallest things and bragged about how cute she was, like a little doll. In contrast, when he talked about me, he would sigh and say things like, "But Kayla, this was hard for me." My mother would comfort me, saying, "Kayla is different from Emery, but she's very cute too." But it didn't make me feel any better. My confidence was shattered. When I went to college, I decided to move out and live on my own. I loved my mother, but I had no feelings for my father, who never showed any interest in me. I couldn't stand living with him anymore. He paid for my college admission reluctantly but said he wouldn't help with tuition or living expenses. He made it clear that any money would go to Emery instead. I had to work hard, taking part-time jobs and earning scholarships to pay for everything. My college life was filled with studies and work, and I didn't have time for the normal joys of being young. During my student days, I barely kept in touch with my family. My mother would occasionally contact me, but there was no communication from my father or Emery, and I didn't reach out to them either. After graduation, when I was looking for a job, the most important thing for me was the salary. I had to pay back half of the scholarship I received, and from my part-time jobs, I knew how important income was. With a recommendation from my senior professor and my determination during the interviews, I was able to get an offer from my top choice, a global consulting firm. My mother was thrilled, as if it was her own achievement, but my father and Emery didn't react at all. I thought I was ready for that, but it still left me feeling lonely and empty. I realized that finding peace and happiness isn't easy. I threw myself into my work once I joined the company. I needed a place to channel all my frustration and lingering feelings. Because of that, I was able to learn the job faster than my peers. With help from my seniors, I was able to satisfy major clients and secure long-term contracts. I was steadily climbing the career ladder, and my income grew as I achieved more. 5 years into my career, I had become a leader, trusted with multiple projects. During this successful time, I received a call from my father, someone I hadn't heard from in years. He said, "Your mother had an accident and is paralyzed on one side. I want you to come home and take care of her. You're probably just sitting around, so I'll give you a task." I was shocked to hear about my mother's accident and that she needed care. I hadn't told my father about my job, so he thought I was unemployed and useless. But more than that, I was deeply worried about my mother's condition. I didn't want to go back home, but my desire to help my beloved mother was stronger. I quickly applied to work remotely at my company. Luckily, my global company was ahead of others in offering telework, so the environment was already in place. I decided not to cancel the lease on my current apartment. Even though it seemed wasteful to pay rent while I was away, I thought it might be best to keep it. So, I returned to my family home, taking only what I needed. It had been about 9 years since I left for college. When I saw my mother's condition, I realized it was worse than I had thought. She was paralyzed on one side and couldn't walk by herself. Fortunately, her mind was still clear, and she could speak normally, but her immobile body was clearly causing her pain. I confronted my father about why he hadn't contacted me in the several months since my mother's accident and needed care. He was as indifferent as ever, saying, "Telling you wouldn't make her better. I called you this time because I had no choice." While it was true, I wasn't a doctor and couldn't help my mother recover. I couldn't believe that a father would keep his daughter in the dark for months about her mother's condition. The house was in terrible shape, clothes were scattered everywhere, dishes were piled up in the sink, and the rooms were covered in dust and garbage. My mother's care had been completely neglected, and her back was covered in bed sores. I didn't expect much from my father, but I was shocked that Emery, who was also supposed to be living there, hadn't done anything either. When I asked Emery what she had been doing, her response was, "I can't do housework." so I can't take care of mom either. I'm relieved now that Kayla's back. Emery, who had been spoiled growing up, had become a selfish person who couldn't do anything around the house. I started by cleaning the rooms. The mess and dirt that had built up over several months couldn't be fixed in one day, so it took me nearly a week to clean everything. During that time, I also had to take care of my mother. She kept apologizing for having me care for her, but I tried to cheerfully attend to her, hoping she would feel better. Throughout all this, neither my father nor Emery helped at all. In fact, my father complained about the food, saying it tasted awful. My father constantly criticized me, saying things like, "What are you slacking off for? You're so clumsy at taking care of your mother. You have plenty of time since you're just loafing around. Do it properly." To him, it was completely natural that I should handle all the housework and caregiving. Emery also treated me like a servant. She'd say, "Kayla, wash my clothes for me. I need them for school tomorrow." Or, "Kayla, can you make me some tea?" I felt like I was being treated as if I were invisible, especially by my father, who thought I was just a shut-in, even though I mostly stayed in my room doing remote work, housework, and caring for my mother. To my father, it seemed like I was doing nothing at all. Although my main job was remote, I still had to go into the office sometimes. When I came home, my father would often be standing by the door, angry, accusing me, "You're just a shut-in neat, and yet you're out gallivanting around. Take care of the house properly." From behind him, Emery would chime in, "You're really useless, just going out to play." I felt exhausted. Every time I left the house to go to work, I would be met with insults and sarcasm from both of them. To escape, I made it a habit to go to my kept apartment and relax there, tidying up the room before heading back home. I was truly grateful that I had kept that apartment. The unreasonable demands and harsh treatment from my father and Emery only grew stronger day by day. My father, who made me work so hard, now started demanding money from me. "You must have some savings, even if you're a neat. Contribute to the household," he said. Meanwhile, Emery, who did nothing to help around the house, asked me for money too. "I'm going on a day trip with my friends, so give me some funds." I started to wonder what I was to these people, certainly not a daughter or a sister. The painful days continued. Then one time, Emery screamed, "My ring is gone. Kayla, do you know where it is?" Of course, I didn't. I had no idea where Emery's ring was, and I wasn't interested in it since our tastes were completely different. When I told her I didn't know, she stormed into my room. I was slow to react to Emery's sudden action, and by the time I followed her, I could already hear her triumphant voice from inside the room. "See, here's the ring. Kayla stole it, didn't she?" Emery came out of the room, holding the ring, pointing her finger at me and shouting. There was no way that ring had been in my room. I immediately realized that Emery had set a trap for me as some sort of punishment for not giving her pocket money. She quickly ran to tell my father, who had just come home. "Stealing Emery's things? You're truly pathetic," he yelled. I don't remember raising a daughter who would steal. No matter how much I explained, my father wouldn't believe me. Emery added, "We don't need a thief. Kayla, if it weren't for your mother's care, I'd kick you out right now. Have some shame." And just like that, I was labeled a thief. One evening at dinner, my father suddenly became furious for reasons I didn't understand. "You useless person, can't even do housework properly, making food like this, and still not contributing money to the house. Do you think your current work is enough? You're just a shut-in who gallivants around. I can't stand it anymore. I'll destroy your plaything," he shouted, and then he headed toward my room. My plaything was my computer, my essential work tool. If it were destroyed, it would be a disaster. I followed my father to my room and protected my computer just as he was about to lay his hands on it. Emery stood behind him, watching and smirking. Around this time, I felt my mind and body reaching their limits. That's when my mother passed away peacefully. She had always been grateful for my care and was pained by how my father and Emery treated me. I felt my strength draining, and my heart was so shattered that I forgot to cry. My father and Emery, however, showed no tears. They acted as though a nuisance had been removed. Though we were all in the same tearless situation, our reasons were completely different. After my mother's funeral, which was held quietly, my father called me into the living room. "Your mother's gone, and you're no longer needed," he said coldly. "I want you to leave immediately. We don't need a useless neat who can't even contribute money to the house," my father said. I had a feeling he would say something like this, but I never thought it would actually happen. I tried to assert how hard I had worked until now, but my father was firm about me leaving. Emery added, "Are you planning to stay here and be a neat? You're such a parasite. A parasite, that's a good word. You're like a tick or a flea. The barrage of harsh words made me feel dizzy. Then my father said, "And about your mother's inheritance, you must renounce it. There's nothing for you." I hadn't even thought about my mother's inheritance. The love she had given me was enough, something I had never received from my father or Emery. "I don't want it. I'll renounce it, and I'll leave," I replied. "Okay, I'll leave right away." I asked for one day to pack my things and immediately began preparing. The next day, my father said, "Are you ready to move? Hurry up, I'm leaving. I'll have nothing to do with this house or you two anymore. Goodbye." I loaded my packed belongings into the taxi I had called. As I looked at my few possessions, I realized how little I had. Returning to my parents' house after 9 years, and leaving again, this time for good, I had spent so much time feeling empty, realizing the harsh reality of my father and Emery, but I was satisfied knowing that I had helped my mother. I returned to my kept apartment and applied to switch from telework to regular work. I was glad I had kept that apartment. My old daily life returned, but now I worked even harder than before. I wanted to forget everything about what had happened. 3 months later, I received a call from my father, with whom I had cut ties. I didn't want to answer, but I reluctantly picked up the phone. "Hey, what's this promissory note? It's an outrageous amount, isn't it? Are you a NEET? How much are you earning a month?" My father fired questions at me one after another. Of course, I wasn't a NEET. On the contrary, thanks to my dedication to my job, I knew my income was considerably higher than most people my age. I had also accumulated quite a bit of savings from working. When I first started caring for my mother, I bought various equipment and tools to improve her environment. Knowing that the household was financially strained, I also contributed to the monthly living expenses to ease my mother's burden. Long before my father demanded money for the house, I had been giving financial support. I even paid for Emery's tuition to relieve my mother's worries. My mother, grateful for my contributions, insisted on making it official by having a promissory note drawn up between us. My financial support had amounted to a considerable sum, and that promissory note became a form of negative inheritance for my father and Emery. As for me, I was exempt because I had already renounced the inheritance. In other words, my father and Emery had to repay all the money I had contributed. After explaining everything to my father, he was speechless. He screamed that he would also renounce the inheritance, but by that time, both he and Emery had already benefited from it, so they no longer had the right to do so. "Work hard and pay it back properly, and don't contact me anymore. I've cut ties with you," I told him. I ignored his ranting, hung up the phone, and blocked his calls. Later, my uncle, my mother's brother, caused a great deal of trouble for my father and Emery. I hadn't seen him for a while, but we reconnected at my mother's funeral. After noticing something was wrong with me, I confided in him. The family home was owned by my uncle, and my mother had been renting it. The right to rent passed to my father and Emery through inheritance, but my uncle refused to renew the lease. Legally, tenants have the upper hand, but my father and Emery couldn't stand up to my uncle. Because of their actions, they had to leave. My father, who had been on the restructuring list at his company for some time, was finally selected for it and lost his job. Emery, unable to pay tuition, had to drop out. Even though she was close to graduating, father and Emery, who lost their home and jobs, moved into a small apartment. Most of my father's retirement money went toward repaying the debt to me. At his age, it would be difficult for him to find another job, and whether Emery, a college dropout, could get a decent job was also uncertain. The two of them were becoming NEETs in a small, dark room. On the other hand, thanks to my hard work, I succeeded in acquiring new clients and launching new projects. I was promoted to the first female division head at my company. Though it's a bit late for a global company to have its first female division head, I'm striving to nurture the next generation and make the company more open and inclusive. I decided not to cancel the lease on my apartment, even though it felt wasteful to pay rent while I was staying at my family home. I thought it might be better to keep it. So, I returned to my parents' house, taking only what I needed. It had been 9 years since I left for college. When I saw my mother, I realized her condition was worse than I had thought. She was paralyzed on one side and couldn't walk on her own. Luckily, her mind was still sharp, and she could speak normally, but her immobile body caused her a lot of pain. I asked my father why he hadn't contacted me in the months since my mother's accident and care had become necessary. He was as indifferent as ever, saying, "Telling you wouldn't make her better. I called you now, because I had no choice." While I knew I wasn't a doctor and couldn't help my mother recover, I couldn't believe that a father would keep his daughter in the dark about her mother's condition for so long. The house was in a terrible state, clothes were scattered all over, dishes were piling up in the sink, and the rooms were full of dust and garbage. My mother's care had been completely neglected, and she had bed sores on her back. I didn't expect much help from my father, but I was shocked to find that Emery, who was also living there, hadn't done anything either. When I asked Emery what she had been doing, she said, "I can't do housework, so I can't take care of Mom. I'm relieved now that Kayla's back." Emery, who had been spoiled growing up, had become a selfish person who couldn't help around the house. I started cleaning the rooms. The mess and dirt from several months couldn't be fixed in one day, so it took me nearly a week to clean everything. During that time, I also took care of my mother. She kept apologizing for having me take care of her, but I tried to stay positive and hoped she would feel better. Throughout all of this, neither my father nor Emery helped at all. In fact, my father complained about the food, saying it was awful.
The day my parents called begging for my life savings, I should have known it was a trap. But even at 32, some part of me was still that desperate little girl, hoping that maybe this time they'd finally see me. I'm Daphne, and this is the story of how I lost everything, and then made sure my family lost even more. The call came on a Tuesday evening while I was editing manuscripts, my usual freelance work. Mom's voice cracked with tears, something I'd rarely heard in my life. "Daphne, please, we need your help. We're about to lose the house." I sat up straighter, my fingers hovering over my keyboard. "What happened?" "The bank," Dad's voice now shaking. "We've fallen behind on payments. They're threatening foreclosure. We need $60,000 by next week, or we lose everything." The amount hit me like a punch to the gut. That was almost everything I'd saved over the past decade. Every extra editing job, every skipped vacation, every cheap apartment I'd lived in, all of it added up to just over that amount. "I know it's a lot," Mom whispered, "but we'll put you on the deed. The house will be partly yours. Please, sweetheart, we have nowhere else to turn." My sister Sierra's voice echoed in the background. "Is she going to help us or not?" I closed my eyes, remembering all the times Sierra got new cars while I took the bus. All the times they paid her rent while I worked 2 jobs. All the times they forgot my birthday but threw elaborate parties for her. "I need to think about it," I said. "We don't have time." Mom's voice rose sharply. "The bank... I'll call you back in an hour." I hung up and immediately called Emmett, my ex-boyfriend turned friend who happened to be a lawyer. "I need your help," I said when he answered, "and I need you to be brutally honest with me." 20 minutes later, we sat in his office, him in his wrinkled suit, me still in my work-from-home sweats. "You want my professional opinion?" he asked, leaning back in his chair. "Don't do it, but you're going to anyway, aren't you?" I nodded. "Then let's protect you." He pulled out a legal pad. "We're drawing up a loan agreement. Interest rates, repayment terms, consequences for default, everything." "They won't sign it," I said. "Then you don't give them the money." He started writing. Simple as that. 2 hours later, I stood in my parents' living room, document in hand. The house smelled like Mom's stress baking, cinnamon and desperation. Sierra lounged on the couch, scrolling through her phone, like this was just another family gathering. "What's this?" Mom asked, frowning at the papers. "Loan agreement. Standard stuff. You put me on the deed, I give you the money, you repay me within 2 years. Dad's face darkened. "You don't trust us. Would you trust someone asking for $60,000 without paperwork?" Sierra finally looked up. "Wow, Daphne, real nice. They're our parents. Then they shouldn't have a problem signing." Mom's hands shook as she read the first page. "This seems excessive." "It's standard," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Ask any lawyer." "We don't have time to consult lawyers," Dad snapped. "The bank..." "Then sign." I held out a pen. "Or I walk out that door and you can figure something else out." They signed, both of them right there on my carefully crafted loan agreement. They didn't even read past the first page, too desperate for the money, too certain they could handle their quiet, reliable daughter later. I transferred the money that night. All of it. Everything I'd worked for, gone in a single transaction. Mum hugged me, crying about how I'd saved them all. Sierra rolled her eyes and went back to her phone. Dad promised they'd start the deed transfer immediately. Later that night as I drove home, my hands shook so badly I had to pull over. I called Audrey, my best friend since college. "I did something either really stupid or really smart," I said when she answered. "Tell me you didn't give them the money." "I did, but I got something better." I looked at the signed agreement in my passenger seat. I got proof. Proof of what? That they're going to try to screw me over. I started my car again, suddenly calmer, and when they do, I'll be ready. I was still stupid, but not as stupid as they thought I was. And soon they'd learn exactly how much that mistake would cost them. 3 weeks passed before I decided to make a surprise visit. I'd been calling daily about the deed transfer, but Mum always had an excuse. The lawyer was busy, the paperwork was complicated, they needed more time. That Sunday afternoon I drove to their house, determined to get answers. I parked a block away, a habit from my teenage years when I'd sneak out. The kitchen door had always been my secret entrance, and muscle memory guided me around the side of the house. But voices stopped me before I could knock. "I can't believe she fell for it." Sierra's laugh sharp and clear through the window. $60,000, just like that. My hand froze mid-air. "Well, she always was the responsible one." Mum's voice now tinged with amusement. "Our little emergency fund. The best part is," Dad chuckled, "she thinks we're putting her on the deed, as if we hadn't already transferred it to Sierra last month." The world tilted sideways. I pressed my back against the wall, struggling to breathe. "But what about her loan agreement?" Sierra asked. "Shouldn't we be worried?" "Please." Mom's eye roll was audible. "It's Daphne. She'd never take us to court. She's too desperate for our approval. Besides," Dad added, "we can always claim it was a gift. She's been giving us money her whole life. No judge would side with her." My fingers found the loan agreement in my purse. I always carried it with me, paranoid about them somehow destroying their copy. Now I knew why. "I still think we should be careful," Sierra said. "She's not as stupid as she looks. Sweetheart, I've been managing your sister's expectations her entire life. Trust me, she'll roll over like she always does. Now, about that down payment for your new condo." I didn't stay to hear more. My legs carried me back to my car on autopilot, my mind eerily quiet. I sat there for a long time staring at nothing, letting their words sink in. Emergency fund, rollover, gift. My phone buzzed. Audrey calling. I answered without thinking. "Hey, I'm at that new cafe we talked about. Want to join?" "They planned it," I heard myself say. "The whole thing, they transferred the deed to Sierra before they even asked me for money." Silence, then, "Don't move, I'm coming to you." "Where are you?" "Outside their house." "Jesus, Daphne, drive to my place, now." 20 minutes later, I sat on Audrey's couch, clutching a coffee she'd shoved into my hands. She paced in front of me, her therapist mode fully activated. "We need to call Emmett," she said. "No." I pulled out the loan agreement. "Not yet." "Daphne, they stole from you. I know exactly what they did." My voice was steady now, cold. "They thought they were so clever, getting me to empty my savings. They thought I was still that desperate little girl who'd do anything for a scrap of love." Audrey stopped pacing. "What are you going to do?" I smoothed out the agreement on her coffee table. "You know what the beautiful thing about this document is? They didn't read it. They were so sure I was harmless they signed without reading." And Emmett added some interesting clauses about asset disclosure, about fraud, about what happens if they try to transfer property without notifying me. I looked up at Audrey, feeling something dark and satisfied unfurl in my chest. They signed their own sentence and they don't even know it. You're scaring me a little, Audrey said, but she was smiling. Good, because I'm about to scare them a lot more. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. First, I'm going to transfer every penny I have left to a new account they can't access. Then I'm going to call Emmett. And then I'm going to show them exactly how stupid I'm not. I stood up, suddenly energized. They wanted to play games? Fine. But they forgot something important. What's that? I've been watching them play these games my whole life. I know all their moves. I grabbed my keys, and I've got proof of every single one. As I drove home that evening, their laughter echoed in my head. But this time it didn't hurt. This time it fueled me. You made a mistake, Mom, I whispered to my empty car. You signed my freedom and your sentence. The war they didn't know was coming would start tomorrow, and this time I wasn't playing by their rules. The demand letter arrived at their house exactly 1 week later. I paid extra for certified mail requiring a signature. Mum signed for it at 10:43 a.m. on a Tuesday. By 10:47, my phone was exploding. I let it ring while I finished my coffee, watching the notifications pile up. 3 calls from Mum, 2 from Dad, 5 text messages from Sierra, each one more hysterical than the last. Finally, I answered. What is this? Mum's voice trembled with rage. I believe the letter is quite clear, I said, channeling Emmett's professional tone. You have 60 days to repay the loan in full, or we proceed with legal action. Legal action? She sputtered. We're your family. Yes, you made that very clear when you transferred the deed to Sierra before asking for my money. Silence. Then, you were at the house. The kitchen door was always my favourite entrance. You taught me that, remember? All those times you locked me out. Dad's voice cut in. Now listen here, young lady. No, you listen. My voice could have frozen hell. You have 60 days, every penny plus interest as outlined in the agreement you signed. Otherwise, I file suit and pursue asset forfeiture. Asset, Mom choked. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Sierra's voice now, shrill and panicked. You can't do this. The house is mine. Actually, about that, I smiled into the phone. You might want to check the property records again. Seems there are some interesting discrepancies in the transfer documentation. Another silence, heavier this time. What did you do? Mum whispered. Me? Nothing yet, but the mortgage company might have received an anonymous tip about potential fraud. Funny how quickly they start investigating when words like forged documents come up. You bitch, Sierra breathed. I learnt from the best, sis. I checked my watch. 60 days, not a minute more. I hung up and immediately blocked their numbers. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. Adrenaline coursed through me, electric and alive. My phone buzzed again. Emmett. They got the letter, he said when I answered. How do you know? Because your mother just called my office screaming about ungrateful daughters and family loyalty. I recorded the whole thing. I laughed. Of course you did. She threatened to sue me for malpractice, said I manipulated you into this. What did you say? I reminded her that she signed a legally binding document without reading it. Then I hung up. He paused. You know they're going to fight this. Let them. I opened my laptop, pulling up the folder labelled Family Business. That's exactly what I'm counting on. Later that afternoon I met Audrey for lunch. She was already waiting at our usual table, 2 glasses of wine ready. You look different, she said as I sat down. Different how? Lighter, like you finally put down something heavy. I took a sip of wine. I sent the letter. And now we wait. I pulled out my phone, showing her the blocked numbers. They can't reach me directly anymore. Everything goes through Emmett. They must be losing their minds. Oh, they are, I smiled. But Here's the best part. I had Emmett send copies of the loan agreement to their country club board. You know, the one where Mum's been treasurer for 15 years. Audrey's eyes widened. You didn't. Along with some questions about the club's financial records. Anonymous, of course. Daphne, she leaned forward. That's deliciously evil. No, that's just the beginning. I pulled up an email on my phone. Remember Summer, Mom's old friend who suddenly disappeared 10 years ago? The one they said moved to Florida. She never moved. Mum forced her out of the social circle after discovering some interesting financial irregularities at their charity foundation. I showed her the email. Summer's been waiting years to tell her story. Holy shit. Mom always said image was everything. I put my phone away. Let's see how she likes watching hers crumble. Audrey studied me over her wine glass. You're really doing this. They thought I was weak because I was quiet, because I watched and waited and kept my mouth shut. I met her eyes. But I saw everything. And now they're going to see exactly what I learned. My phone buzzed with a text from Emmett. Your sister's boyfriend just called. Says he has information you need to hear. I showed Audrey the message. Think it's a trap? She asked. Probably. I finished my wine. But I'm done running from their traps. This time I'm setting them. The game was changing, and for once I held all the cards. I met Heath at a coffee shop downtown far from my parents' usual haunts. He was already there when I arrived, fidgeting with his designer watch, the one Sierra had bragged about buying him last Christmas. With my money, apparently. Thanks for meeting me, he said as I sat down. Make it quick. I kept my coat on. I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Look, Sierra doesn't know I'm here. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Your parents, they're not who you think they are. Actually, they're exactly who I think they are. No, you don't understand. He glanced around nervously. The house isn't the first time they've done something like this. That got my attention. Go on. Your mum's been running this scheme for years. She finds wealthy friends, gains their trust, becomes treasurer of their organizations, and then... He made a vanishing gesture with his hands. Like Summer. His eyes widened. You know about Summer? I know enough. I pulled out my phone and hit record. Why don't you tell me more? An hour later, I sat in Emmett's office playing back Heath's confession. Emmett's expression grew darker with each revelation. So your mother's been embezzling from multiple organizations, he said when the recording finished. And your father's been helping cover it up through his accounting firm. While Sierra plays the perfect daughter, distracting everyone with her charity work and social connections. I laughed bitterly. The perfect front. This is bigger than the loan now. Emmett started typing on his computer. We're talking serious fraud charges. Can we prove it? With Summer's testimony and Heath's information, he nodded. We can start pulling threads. These things leave paper trails. My phone buzzed. A text from Summer. Just got served with a cease and desist letter from your mother's lawyer. She's trying to shut me up. I showed Emmett the message. She's scared, he said. Good. Scared people make mistakes. That evening I drove past my parents' house. The country club's annual garden party was in full swing, their last-ditch attempt at maintaining appearances. Through the front windows I could see Mom holding court in her favourite blue dress, laughing with her society friends. But something was off. The crowd was thinner than usual. People were checking their phones, whispering in corners. The foundation's financial records had started circulating that morning, courtesy of an anonymous email blast. My phone rang. An unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. Is this Daphne? A woman's voice, vaguely familiar. Who's asking? Margaret, from the garden committee. She lowered her voice. I saw the numbers, the missing funds from the Children's Hospital fundraiser. I think I know where they went. By midnight, I had 3 more calls like that. Former friends, business associates, people Mum had stepped on during her climb to social prominence. They all had stories. They all had proof. Audrey came over with wine and takeout, listening as I pieced it all together. "Your mother's like a black widow," she said, "spinning this web of lies and stealing from everyone who trusts her. And Sierra's following in her footsteps." I showed her the latest email, bank statements showing suspicious transfers from the youth centre where Sierra volunteered. The golden child learned well. "What are you going to do with all this?" "Everything goes to the FBI's Financial Crimes Division." I closed my laptop, but first I want them to feel what's coming. The next morning, Mum's social media exploded with unfollows and angry comments. The country club board called an emergency meeting. Dad's biggest accounting clients started quietly taking their business elsewhere. Sierra called Emmett's office in tears. "Tell her to stop," she begged. "Tell her we'll pay back the money." "It's too late for that," he replied. "The truth doesn't stop just because you're ready to confess." That afternoon, Summer called me. "Your mother just tried to bribe me," she said. "Offered me double what she stole if I'll retract my statement." "What did you say?" "I told her this isn't the first time they've stolen from you." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "Oh, honey," Summer's voice softened. "There's something you need to know about your college fund. The one that mysteriously disappeared right before your freshman year." I gripped the phone tighter. "Tell me everything." The truth was worse than I imagined. But it was just the beginning. The house of cards was starting to fall, and my family was about to learn that karma has perfect aim. Sierra ambushed me outside my apartment on a rainy Thursday morning. She looked terrible, designer clothes wrinkled, makeup smeared, nothing like her usual perfect self. "We need to talk," she said, blocking my path to my car. "Everything goes through Emmett. Please." Her voice cracked. "Mom and Dad, they're not well. Dad's blood pressure is through the roof. Mom can barely sleep. Guilty consciences will do that. They're our parents." She grabbed my arm. "How can you be so cold?" I yanked free. "Funny how family matters now that you're all facing consequences. I know we hurt you." "Hurt me?" I laughed. "You stole my college fund, made me work 3 jobs while you got a free ride. Then you helped them steal my savings and tried to forge my signature on property documents." She paled. "How did you—" "Heath talks a lot when he's scared." I stepped closer. "Tell me, did you forge the signature yourself or did Mom do it for you?" "It's not what you think." "Really? Because I think you're only here because the walls are closing in. The country club's auditing their books. Dad's clients are leaving. Your precious reputation is in tatters." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "They'll lose everything." "They already lost me. They just never cared enough to notice." My phone buzzed. Emmett calling. Sierra grabbed my wrist as I reached for it. "Wait, what if I could prove they're sorry? What if they agreed to pay everything back?" I studied her face, the desperation, the calculation behind the tears. Same old Sierra, always working an angle. "Show me your phone," I said suddenly. "What?" "Your phone. Show me." She hesitated, then handed it over. I opened her recording app and found exactly what I expected, an active recording. "Still Mom's perfect little spy, aren't you?" I stopped the recording and emailed it to myself. "Thanks for the evidence of attempted manipulation. Emmett will love this." "You bitch!" Her mask finally cracked. "You think you're so smart, but you have no idea what's coming. Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She stepped back, suddenly composed. "You want to play hardball? Fine, but remember, I learned from the best." She stormed off to her Mercedes, leaving me shaking with adrenaline. I called Emmett immediately. "Sierra just tried to set me up," I said when he answered. Recording the conversation, probably hoping I'd incriminate myself. "Perfect timing," he replied. "I was just about to call you. We found something interesting in the property records." "What?" "The signature they forged. It wasn't just on the deed transfer. There are multiple documents with your fake signature, going back years." My stomach dropped. "How many?" At least a dozen loan applications, tax documents, even some insurance policies. They've been forging my signature for years. Looks like it. And guess who notarized most of these documents? Heath, I whispered. Bingo, he's agreed to testify in exchange for immunity. I leaned against my car, letting the rain soak through my jacket. What else did he say? That's the interesting part. He claims Sierra has a safety deposit box at First National, one she visits every time there's a major document signing. You think that's where they keep the forgeries? Only one way to find out. He paused. But we need to move fast. Sierra's getting sloppy, which means she's desperate. That afternoon, I met Audrey for lunch. She listened as I recounted everything. You know what's weird? She said when I finished. Through all of this, they're still more worried about their reputation than actually fixing things. That's because they don't think they did anything wrong. I stirred my untouched coffee. In their minds, they were entitled to my money, to my signature, to my life. And now they're about to learn about real consequences. I showed her the email from Emmett, a court order for Sierra's safety deposit box. The hearing's tomorrow. Are you ready? For the truth? No. I looked out the window at the rain. For justice? Absolutely. My phone buzzed with a text from Heath. Sierra's at the bank right now. She knows you're coming for the box. I forwarded it to Emmett, who replied immediately. Already called the bank. Box is frozen. Nothing goes in or out. Checkmate, I whispered. What? Audrey asked. They're running out of moves. I grabbed my keys. And I'm done playing defense. Tomorrow, that safety deposit box would tell its secrets, and my family would learn that their perfect plan had one fatal flaw. They underestimated the daughter they never wanted. The courthouse hallway felt like a battlefield. My parents and Sierra huddled with their lawyer on one side, while Emmett and I stood on the other. Heath sat alone in the middle, looking like he might throw up. Last chance, Mum's lawyer called across the hall. We can settle this privately. Not anymore, Emmett replied, holding up the court order for the safety deposit box. Sierra's face went white. She grabbed her lawyer's arm, whispering frantically. Mum's perfect posture crumbled slightly. The bailiff called us in. As we filed past Heath, Sierra hissed, "Traitor!" He flinched, but said nothing. Judge Martinez didn't waste time on pleasantries. We're here regarding evidence of document forgery and financial fraud. The contents of safety deposit box 247 have been secured. Yes, Your Honour, the bank representative confirmed. The box was sealed yesterday afternoon, shortly after Ms. Sierra attempted to access it. Attempted? The judge raised an eyebrow. She became agitated when denied access. Security had to escort her out. Sierra sank lower in her seat. Mum's fingers dug into Dad's arm. Proceed with the opening, Judge Martinez ordered. The bank representative placed the box on the evidence table. My heart pounded as she turned the key. Inside lay dozens of documents neatly organised. The bank representative handed them to the court clerk, who began reading loan applications dating from 2015 to present, tax documents, property transfers, all bearing the signature of Daphne. Objection! Sierra's lawyer jumped up. These documents are private family matters. Which were subpoenaed legally, Emmett interrupted, and we have an expert witness ready to testify about the forgeries. Heath stood up shakily. Sierra's face twisted with rage. You lying piece of... Ms. Sierra! Judge Martinez banged her gavel. Control yourself or be removed. Heath approached the witness stand. Under oath, he detailed everything. Sierra's practice sessions perfecting my signature, Mom's careful coaching, Dad's strategic notarizing. And these, Emmett held up a stack of papers. Templates, Heath said quietly. They used them whenever they needed Daphne's signature on something new. Mom finally broke. We did it for the family. Everything was for the family. Mrs. Regina, the judge warned. She was always so difficult about money, Mom continued. hysteria creeping into her voice. Always questioning, always refusing to help. We had to commit fraud. I stood up. Had to steal my identity, my college fund, my savings. You ungrateful... Sierra lunged forward, but her lawyer grabbed her. Your Honor, Emmett said calmly, we move to freeze all assets pending criminal investigation. The evidence suggests this fraud extends well beyond my client. No! Mom's scream echoed through the courtroom. You can't! The house that was fraudulently transferred. Emmett produced more documents. We have proof the deed transfer used a forged signature, making it null and void. Sierra started crying. Dad looked like he'd aged 10 years. Mom just kept shaking her head, whispering, no, no, no. The judge reviewed the evidence, her expression growing darker with each page. I've seen enough, she finally said. Assets frozen pending investigation. The property transfer is invalidated and... She looked directly at my family. I'm referring this case to the district attorney for criminal charges. Criminal, Dad whispered. Identity theft, fraud, financial exploitation, multiple counts. The judge closed her folder. I strongly suggest you all get criminal defense attorneys. As we left the courtroom, Sierra screamed after me. You've ruined everything. I turned back slowly. No, you did that yourselves. Every lie, every theft, every time you chose greed over love. I met Mom's eyes. I just exposed it. Outside, Heath caught up to me. There's something else you should know. What now? The reason they needed your college fund? He glanced around nervously. Sierra was in trouble, big trouble, the kind that needed expensive lawyers to make disappear. What kind of trouble? Ask your mum about the hospital records from 2015, the ones she paid to have sealed. He handed me a folded paper. This is the case number. I watched him walk away, that final piece of information burning in my hand. Emmett appeared beside me. Want me to look into it? He asked. Not yet. I tucked the paper away. First, I want them to sit with this, to feel what's coming. They won't go down quietly. I know. I looked back at the courthouse where my family huddled with their lawyers. But for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of their noise. That night I sat in my apartment staring at the case number Heath had given me. One more secret, one more lie. Tomorrow I'd start digging. But tonight I let myself feel the weight of victory and the price of justice. The war wasn't over, but I'd just won the biggest battle. The hospital records arrived on a Tuesday morning. Emmett handed me the manila envelope with an uncharacteristic hesitation. Are you sure you want to read these? I took the envelope. How bad is it? Bad enough that your mother paid $500,000 to make it disappear. He sat down heavily. Money that apparently came from your college fund. Inside were police reports, medical records, and witness statements. As I read, the world tilted sideways. Sierra had been driving drunk. There'd been an accident, a family of 4. They died, my voice cracked. The parents survived, the children didn't. Emmett's voice was gentle. Your parents used their connections to bury it. Changed records, paid off officials. Sierra walked away without a scratch, legally and literally. My college fund. My future. Sacrificed to cover up my sister's crimes. Does she even remember? I whispered. According to Heath, she jokes about it at parties, calls it her lucky escape. The rage that filled me was arctic cold. I picked up my phone and dialed a number I'd been saving. Detective Roberts, I have information about a cold case from 2015. Everything moved quickly after that. By evening, police cars lined our family street. I watched from my car as they led Sierra out in handcuffs, Mom screaming on the front lawn, Dad silent and grey-faced. My phone buzzed. Audrey. It's all over the news, she said when I answered. How are you holding up? I'm at the house, watching. Want company? No, but thanks. I watched as Mom collapsed dramatically onto the grass. I need to do something first. I waited until the police cars left, then walked up to the front door. Mom saw me through the window and yanked it open. How could you? She shrieked. Your own sister! How could I? I stepped past her into the house. 2 children died, Mom, and you covered it up. We had to protect her. With my money, my future. I turned to face her. Did you ever even hesitate? Of course we did, Dad spoke up from his armchair. But Sierra, she's special. She needed consequences, I cut in. She needed to face what she'd done. Instead, you taught her that money solves everything. That lives don't matter as long as you can pay to make problems disappear. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I pulled out my phone and played a recording. Sierra at a party, laughing about her lucky escape. Mum's face crumpled. Where did you get that? Heath recorded everything. Every joke, every casual mention of the accident. He's been collecting evidence for years, waiting for someone to finally hold her accountable. We'll fix this, Mum said desperately. We'll hire lawyers. No. I walked to the family photos on the wall, dozens of Sierra, barely any of me. You can't fix this with money anymore. The DA has everything. The original accident reports, the falsified records, the bribes. It's over. What do you want? Dad asked quietly. I want you to sit in this empty house and think about every choice you made. Every time you chose Sierra over justice. Every time you used my money to cover her crimes. I turned to leave. The house is mine now, legally. You have 48 hours to move out. You're evicting us? Mum's voice rose to a shriek. After everything we've done for you? I laughed, a cold, hard sound. Everything you've done for me. You stole my future to cover up your precious daughter's murders. You forged my signature and stole my savings. You've done nothing for me except teach me exactly who you are. We're your parents. No. I opened the front door. You're just people who had a daughter they never wanted and another they never controlled. And now you get to live with those choices. Outside, reporters had gathered. Cameras flashed as I walked to my car. Mum ran out after me. All I wanted was your honesty, I told her, loud enough for the cameras to hear. You cashed that in for Sierra's comfort. Now you get to watch it all burn. Later that night I sat in Emmett's office watching the news coverage. Sierra's mugshot, the accident details. My parents' role in the cover-up. The DA wants to make a deal, Emmett said. They'll reduce Sierra's charges if she testifies against your parents about the cover-up. Let me guess, she's already agreed? Faster than you can say self-preservation. He smiled grimly. The golden child's crown is tarnished. I nodded, feeling strangely empty. What now? Now? He handed me the house keys. Now you decide what justice looks like. I took the keys, their weight, familiar yet different. Like everything else, they felt like both an ending and a beginning. But something still nagged at me. One last secret, waiting in that house. I just didn't know how much more truth I could handle. The house felt different, empty. My footsteps echoed through bare rooms as I walked upstairs, past the blank spaces where family photos once hung. Mum and Dad had moved out yesterday, leaving behind only what they couldn't carry. In their bedroom I found Mom's old vanity, too heavy to move quickly. The drawers were empty except for one stuck at the back. I yanked it open and found a leather-bound journal. My phone rang. Audrey. Have you seen the news? She asked when I answered. Sierra took the deal. She's testifying tomorrow. Let me guess, she's throwing our parents under the bus. Completely. She's claiming they forced her to keep quiet about the accident, playing victim. I opened the journal, Mom's familiar handwriting filling the pages. Hold on, I need to call you back. The first entry was dated the day I was born. As I read, my hands began to shake. I can't love her like I should, Mum had written. She's not Talon's. Every time I look at her, I see my mistake. My shame. But Talon agreed to raise her as his own, to never tell her the truth. We'll have our own child soon, a real family. The journal fell from my numb fingers. Suddenly everything made sense. The constant rejection, the favoritism, the way Dad could never quite meet my eyes. I drove to the detention centre where they were holding Mom. She looked small in the orange jumpsuit, her carefully maintained image stripped away. "I found your journal," I said through the visiting room glass. She closed her eyes. "So now you know. Who is he? My real father? Does it matter? It mattered enough for you to punish me my entire life for it." She leaned forward. "I gave you a good life. You gave me trauma." I pressed my hand against the glass. "Every time you chose Sierra, every time you stole from me, every time you made me feel worthless, it was all because I reminded you of your guilt. I tried to love you." "No, you tried to erase me." I stood up. "But you failed, because I'm stronger than your shame." Outside, I called Emmett. "I'm selling the house," I said when he answered. "Are you sure? You fought hard for it." "It's not a victory if I keep it. It's just another chain." I watched the sunset paint the sky purple. I want to be free. That night I sat with Audrey on my balcony, sharing wine and truth. "So, what now?" she asked. "Now I write my own story." I showed her the real estate listings I'd been browsing, small houses with garden space, far from my family's shadow. Something that's just mine. "And your parents? Sierra?" "Sierra will serve time for vehicular manslaughter. Less than she deserves, but more than she expected." I sipped my wine. "Mom and Dad are facing fraud charges. Their reputation is destroyed. Their friends have abandoned them." "And that's enough?" "No, but it's justice." I smiled slightly. "Besides, living well is the best revenge." My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. The first contact since the arrest. "I should have been better," it read. "Not because you weren't mine by blood, but because you were mine by choice. I failed you, I'm sorry." I showed Audrey the message. "Are you going to respond?" she asked. "No." I deleted it. Some bridges need to stay burned. The next morning I met with a real estate agent at the house. As she talked about market values and staging, I walked through the rooms one last time. In my old bedroom I found a small heart carved into the window frame. My secret mark from childhood. I traced it with my finger, remembering the girl who dreamed of being loved. "I'm sorry," I whispered to her, "but I love you now, and that's enough." The agent called me downstairs. As I walked through the front door, I didn't look back. The house that held so many painful memories would soon belong to someone else. Let them fill it with better stories. My phone rang. Emmett again. "The DA has one last question," he said. "Do you want to make a victim impact statement at the sentencing?" I watched a moving truck pull up to the house, ready to clear out the last pieces of my old life. "No," I said. "I've said everything I need to say. Let the silence speak for itself." I hung up and got in my car. In the rearview mirror the house grew smaller until it disappeared completely. Ahead, the road stretched open and empty. Not an ending, but a beginning. Some people say revenge doesn't bring peace. They're wrong. It brought me something better. It brought me home to myself.
I stared at Ryan's phone, my fingers hovering over the screen like they belonged to someone else. The voice message played again, filling our kitchen with a woman's sultry laugh. "Thanks for last night, baby. You're right, your wife has no idea how much of your success she's responsible for. But hey, that's what ghostwriters are for, right? My name is Quinn, and I just discovered my husband's dirty little secret. Well, secrets plural, if we're being precise. And I'm always precise, it's what makes me such a good writer. His writer. The invisible hand behind his bestsellers." The breakfast dishes sat unwashed in the sink while I replayed the message a third time, memorizing every inflection, every pause. 8 years of marriage, 6 best-selling novels, and 1 daughter, all of it suddenly felt like a carefully constructed lie. "Mommy, can you help me with my science project?" Emily's voice floated down from upstairs, innocent and sweet. Completely unaware that her world was about to implode. "Just a minute, sweetheart." I kept my voice steady, though my hands shook as I forwarded the message to my own phone. Evidence. That's what Sarah would call it. My practical friend would tell me to document everything. The timestamp showed the message came in at 2:47 a.m. while I was putting the finishing touches on Ryan's latest manuscript. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd been polishing his prose while he was polishing other things. Ryan's phone buzzed with a text. Claire Bennett. Of course, the lifestyle influencer who'd been helping with book promotion. Her message popped up, "Delete my VM. And don't forget, dinner tonight. Tell Quinn you have a meeting with your publisher." I'd already memorized his passcode months ago. Not out of suspicion, but from the countless times I'd had to check his schedule while he was too busy writing to do it himself. Now I understood what kind of writing he'd been doing. "Quinn?" Ryan's voice boomed from the front door. "Where are you?" I placed his phone exactly where I'd found it, adjusting it to the precise angle. "Kitchen." I called back, grabbing a sponge and turning on the tap. Water splashed over my trembling hands. He appeared in the doorway, all 6 feet of cultivated charm in his tailored blazer. "Hey, beautiful." He kissed my cheek, and I fought the urge to wipe it off. "Listen, I've got a dinner meeting with my publisher tonight. The new book's getting a lot of buzz." I scrubbed a plate with unnecessary force. "Our book, you mean?" "What?" "Nothing." I smiled, the expression feeling foreign on my face. "That's great news. I'm sure Claire will be thrilled to hear about it." His pause lasted exactly 2 seconds too long. "Claire? The influencer helping with promotion?" I kept my tone light, casual. I assumed she'd be at the meeting. "Oh, right. No, just the core team tonight." He loosened his tie, a tell I'd noticed whenever he lied. "Speaking of the book, how's the editing coming along?" "Almost finished." I turned to face him, studying the man I thought I knew. "Just adding those little touches that make your voice so distinctive." He smiled, oblivious to the double meaning. "That's my girl. Always making me look good." Emily's footsteps thundered down the stairs. "Daddy, can you help with my science project?" "Sorry, princess. Daddy's got meetings all day." He checked his watch, the one I'd bought him for our anniversary. "Actually, I should head out now." I watched him hug our daughter, this man who could lie so effortlessly to both of us. Emily's disappointment was visible in her slumped shoulders, but she managed a brave smile. After he left, I held her close, breathing in her strawberry shampoo. "Don't worry, baby. I'll help you with your project." And then I glanced at my laptop where his latest manuscript sat, waiting for my finishing touches. Mommy's got some writing of her own to do. Sarah's coffee went cold as she listened to Claire's voice message for the 3rd time. We sat in her backyard, away from curious ears, while her kids played video games inside. The morning sun felt too bright for such dark revelations. "That manipulative bastard," she finally said, sliding my phone back across the table. "How are you not breaking things right now?" I traced the rim of my untouched mug. "Emily needs stability. Besides, anger won't help me think clearly. Quinn, he's stealing your life's work. Your talent. And sleeping with some Instagram wannabe who probably can't write a grocery list without spell check. 3 million followers," I corrected automatically. "And she's actually quite clever with her captions." I checked. Sarah's eyebrows shot up. "Please tell me you're not defending her." Know your enemy. I pulled up my laptop, opening the folder I'd labeled Tax Documents 2023. Look at these emails between Ryan and his publisher. Notice anything interesting? She leaned in, scanning the correspondence I'd recovered from our shared cloud account. Wait. These drafts they're discussing. The timestamps. Exactly. Every major revision was submitted while he was supposedly at writing retreats. But his credit card statements show he was at the Four Seasons with Claire, while you were actually writing the books. Sarah's voice hardened. You have enough here to destroy him. My phone buzzed. Ryan's face appeared on the screen, along with a text, great news about the book. Celebration dinner tonight? Bring Emily. He's getting sloppy, I murmured, showing Sarah the message. Using Emily as a shield. He never wants family dinners unless he's hiding something. What are you going to do? Before I could answer, another text arrived, from Claire's lifestyle blog account to my personal email. An interview request for the woman behind the scenes of Ryan Mitchell's success. Sarah nearly choked on her coffee. She's either stupid or playing games. Neither. I forwarded the email to my secure account. She's marking her territory. Showing me she's not afraid. But she should be. Sarah's smile turned predatory. Because she doesn't know you like I do. You're not just some housewife who edits her husband's comic splices. I closed my laptop, decision made. I need you to watch Emily tonight. The celebration dinner? I'll tell Ryan you're having a crisis and need me. He won't question it, he never does when it gives him an excuse to cancel family time. Right on cue, my phone lit up with Ryan's response to my cancellation text, no problem, babe. Rain check? Maybe we can do something special this weekend instead. I showed Sarah his reply. See? Not even disappointed. He probably already had reservations with Claire. Quinn. Sarah hesitated. Just promise me you won't do anything rash. I stood, gathering my things. Rash would be confronting them tonight. Instead, I'm going to finish his manuscript. The one due next week? I'm going to make it brilliant. The best thing he's ever written. Why would you do that? Because when everything comes out, I want there to be no doubt who the real writer is. I paused at her garden gate. Did you know Claire's hosting the launch party for his new book next month? At her penthouse? The one you wrote? The one I'm about to make unforgettable. I managed a smile that felt more like baring teeth. After all, every good story needs a spectacular climax. Sarah watched me with concern. Just remember, Emily needs her mother more than she needs revenge. That's exactly why I'm doing this. I thought of my daughter's science project, still unfinished on our kitchen table. Emily needs to see that her mother isn't someone who can be erased. That her voice matters. As I drove home, Claire's interview request burned in my inbox like a challenge. She wanted the woman behind the scenes? Fine. But she'd learn that some stories don't end the way you expect, especially when the ghostwriter decides to stop playing dead. The recording app blinked red on my phone, hidden beneath a stack of manuscripts on Ryan's desk. He paced his study, rehearsing his speech for tomorrow's writers' panel while I pretended to edit. It's about finding your authentic voice, he declared to his imaginary audience. That unique perspective that sets you apart from every other writer. My fingers tightened around my pen. Maybe you should mention your creative process. How you develop your characters. Good idea. He flashed that trademark smile. Though honestly, they just come to me naturally. Like they're already fully formed, waiting to be discovered. They came to him in my drafts, actually. Every character, every plot twist, every carefully crafted metaphor. Speaking of characters, I said carefully, I've been thinking about Andrea in the new manuscript. The sister? What about her? She feels familiar. Almost like Claire. The pen in his hand stilled. I don't see the connection. Really? The ambitious social media influencer who destroys her sister's marriage. Who manipulates everyone around her while maintaining her perfect online presence. Ryan's laugh came too quickly. You're reading too much into it. Besides, you're the one who wrote that chapter. Got him. Did I? I kept my voice neutral, though my heart hammered. I thought you said that section came to you during your writing retreat last month. He loosened his tie, that tell again. Right, but you polished it. You know how it works, Quinn. We're a team. Are we? The study door creaked open before he could respond. Emily stood there in her pajamas, clutching her stuffed rabbit. Daddy, will you read me a story? Not tonight, princess. Daddy's preparing for a big speech. But you promised. Her lower lip trembled. 3 nights ago, you said tomorrow. Then yesterday you said tomorrow. Now it's tomorrow. I watched Ryan's face, wondering if he recognized his daughter's words as a quote from his latest book, the scene I'd written about a father's broken promises. The irony would be delicious if it wasn't so heartbreaking. Emily, I stood, why don't I? No, Ryan interrupted, she's right. I did promise. He set down his notes. One quick story, okay? Emily beamed, taking his hand. As they left, I quickly checked my phone. The recording had captured everything, including his admission about my writing. Not enough for definitive proof, but another piece of evidence for my growing collection. I opened his laptop, using the password I'd watched him type countless times. His email was still logged in. There, in his drafts folder, was an unfinished message to Claire. We need to be more careful. Q's been asking questions. Maybe we should cool things until after the book launch. Your place is too risky, the doorman recognizes me now. And delete any emails about the manuscript revisions. Better safe than. The draft ended there. My hands shook as I forwarded it to my secure email account. What are you doing? I jumped. Ryan stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Checking the panel schedule for tomorrow, I lied smoothly. Making sure you haven't double-booked yourself. On my personal email? The invitation came to your private account. I stood, gathering my editing notes. Emily asleep already? She wanted you. His voice held an edge I'd never heard before. Said my stories aren't as good as yours. Apparently, I don't do the voices right. Children notice details. I moved toward the door. Like broken promises. He caught my arm. What's that supposed to mean? I met his gaze. It means I'm tired of being a ghost. Understanding flickered in his eyes, followed by something darker. We should discuss your role in the next book. Maybe it's time for some changes. Maybe it is. I pulled free of his grip. By the way, Claire's interview request? I accepted. She wants to know all about the woman behind your success. The color drained from his face. Quinn. Don't worry, I smiled, channeling his own practice charm. I'll make sure to tell the right story. After all, isn't that what ghostwriters are for? I left him standing there, his carefully constructed world beginning to crack. In our daughter's room, I found Emily still awake, waiting for me. Mommy, she whispered as I sat on her bed, can you tell me a real story? Yes, baby. I stroked her hair, thinking of the manuscript I was crafting, not for Ryan this time, but for myself. I think it's finally time for my own story to be told. The cafe Claire chose for our interview sat across from Emily's school. A power play, reminding me what I had to lose. Through the window, I watched her arrange herself at an outdoor table, angling for optimal lighting. Everything was content to her. I checked my phone one last time. The voice recording app was ready. My finger hovered over the start button as I approached. Quinn. Claire stood, camera-ready smile in place. I'm so excited to finally meet Ryan's better half. Funny, I settled into my chair. That's not what you called me in your voice message. Her smile flickered but held. I'm not sure what you mean. Let's skip the performance, Claire. We both know why we're here. She studied me over her untouched latte. You're nothing like I expected. You mean I'm not the meek housewife who edits Ryan's commas? Actually, she leaned forward, dropping her influencer persona. I expected someone bitter. Angry. But you're calculating. You haven't seen me angry yet. A group of children spilled out of the school gates. Emily among them, laughing with her friends. Claire followed my gaze. She looks just like you, she observed. Does she know her father's a fraud? My hands clenched under the table. Does your audience know you're sleeping with a married man? My audience knows what I want them to know. She pulled out her phone, scrolling to a draft post. Like this story I'm working on. The truth behind Ryan Mitchell's success, a wife's desperate attempt to claim credit. Interesting angle. I kept my voice steady. But you forgot something. Oh. I have proof. Recordings. Emails. 8 years of manuscripts with my original drafts. How do you think your followers would react to the real story? She set down her phone. What do you want? World peace. Gender equality. My husband's head on a platter. I smiled. But I'll settle for the truth. The truth? She laughed. The truth is, Ryan needed me. You made him successful, but I made him happy. When was the last time you did that? Probably around the time he started stealing my words and calling them his own. Claire's expression shifted, something vulnerable breaking through. He told me you were partners. That you wanted to stay anonymous. And you believed him? I believed. She hesitated, glancing at Emily again. I believed he loved me. There it was. The crack in her armor I'd been waiting for. He doesn't love anyone but himself, I said softly. Not me, not you, not even his daughter. We're all just characters in his story. You're wrong. But uncertainty crept into her voice. I pulled out my laptop, opening the manuscript I'd found hidden in Ryan's private cloud. This is his next book. The one he hasn't shown you yet. She leaned forward despite herself. It's about a famous man who manipulates 2 women, his loyal wife and his ambitious mistress. Want to guess how it ends? Color drained from her face as she read. He wouldn't. The mistress takes the fall when everything crashes down. Becomes a cautionary tale about home-wrecking social climbers. He's already setting you up as the villain, Claire. My phone buzzed. Ryan's message flashed, "Where are you?" Emily's waiting at pickup. I stood, gathering my things. You have 24 hours to decide. Decide what? Whether you want to be Ryan's scapegoat or help me write a different ending. I paused. One where the women he underestimated turn out to be the heroes of their own stories. She grabbed my wrist. Why should I trust you? Because unlike Ryan, I actually write my own material. I pulled free. Including this conversation. Walking away, I heard her call after me, "Quinn? What makes you think you can win?" I turned back, seeing Emily wave from the school steps. Because I'm not playing his game anymore. I'm writing my own. Later, helping Emily with homework, I received a text from an unknown number. I'm in. But I have conditions. I smiled, thinking of the manuscript I'd shown Claire, the one I'd written specifically for this moment. Sometimes the best plot twists are the ones you plan yourself. Ryan's book launch invitation sat on my desk like a loaded gun. The glossy cardstock announced the event at Claire's penthouse, featuring both their names as hosts. Subtle as a brick through a window. My phone lit up with Claire's message, "He's getting suspicious. Asked me about our coffee meeting. What's our next move?" Before I could respond, Ryan appeared in the doorway of my home office. "Working late again?" "Just finishing the final edits." I minimized Claire's message. "Your speech for the launch needs polishing." He moved behind my chair, hands on my shoulders. The touch I once found comforting now made my skin crawl. "About the launch. I'm thinking maybe you should skip it." "Skip your biggest event of the year?" I kept my voice neutral. "That would look strange. You've seemed stressed lately. Maybe take Emily to visit your mother?" I turned to face him. "During your moment of triumph? When everyone's celebrating your authentic voice?" His fingers tightened slightly on my shoulders. "Quinn, what's really going on?" "You tell me, Ryan. You're the storyteller." The doorbell rang, saving him from responding. Through the window, I spotted Claire's distinctive red sports car. "Expecting someone?" Ryan's voice held an edge. "Actually, yes." I stood, shrugging off his hands. "Claire's here to discuss the launch logistics." "Didn't she tell you?" His face paled. "Claire's here? She's been so helpful with the planning." I moved toward the door. "Almost like she's part of the family." He grabbed my arm. "Whatever you think you know." "Dad?" Emily's voice came from upstairs. "Can you help me with my story? The one about the princess who saves herself?" Ryan released me like I'd burned him. "Not now, Emily." The sharpness in his voice made my decision crystallize. I opened the front door to find Claire, perfectly poised, but with fear in her eyes. "Quinn," she managed a smile. "Ryan, I didn't expect." "Come in." I gestured to my office. "We have details to discuss." Ryan blocked the doorway. "Whatever this is, it stops now." "Does it?" I pulled out my phone, thumb hovering over Claire's contact. "Should I forward your late-night messages to your publisher? The ones about your creative process?" "You're bluffing." "Try me." I met his gaze. "Or should we discuss the real author of the princess story Emily's writing? The one you claimed came to you in a dream?" Claire shifted uncomfortably. "Ryan, maybe we should." "Shut up." He whirled on her. "This is your fault. You and your stupid interview idea." Actually, I stepped between them, that was my idea. Claire just played her part. Like a good character should. Understanding dawned in his eyes. "You planned this." "I learned from the best." I smiled his own practice smile back at him. "You always said good stories need strong conflict." Emily appeared at the top of the stairs, clutching her notebook. "Daddy? Why are you yelling?" The tableau froze, Ryan with his mask slipping, Claire caught between fear and calculation, me holding 8 years of receipts in my phone. And our daughter watching it all unravel. "Everything's fine, sweetheart," I called up. "Mrs. Thompson is expecting you for your sleepover, remember? Go pack your overnight bag." Ryan's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "You think you can destroy everything I've built?" "No, Ryan." I held up the launch invitation. I'm going to let you do that yourself. At your party. Unless. Unless what? Unless you're ready to tell the truth. All of it. Starting with who really writes your books. Claire stepped forward. I have proof too. Messages, videos, everything. His laugh held no humor. My loyal wife and devoted mistress, teaming up. Didn't see that plot twist coming. That's because you didn't write it. I heard Emily's footsteps descending. I did. And the ending? That's still being written. I watched him calculate his options, seeing the moment he realized he'd lost control of his carefully crafted narrative. The question was, would he burn it all down trying to keep his illusion, or accept the revised ending we'd prepared? Emily reached the bottom step, overnight bag in hand. Ready, Mom. The choice crystallized in that moment. Sometimes the most devastating revenge isn't destruction, it's simply telling the truth. We'll continue this discussion later, I said quietly. Unless you'd prefer to handle it at the launch party. Your choice, Ryan. But choose carefully. Some stories can't be rewritten. Claire's penthouse buzzed with literary elite, all here to celebrate Ryan's latest masterpiece. I watched from the corner as he worked the room, his practiced charm drawing people in like moths to flame. The manuscript I'd written clutched in my purse felt heavier by the minute. He's about to start his speech, Claire murmured, appearing beside me. Are you sure about this? I checked my phone. The email to Jessica Chen, the most ruthless literary journalist in the industry, was ready to send. Attached were the recordings, the original manuscripts, everything. Last chance to back out, I said. Claire's perfectly manicured nails tapped her champagne glass. He called me disposable last night. Said I was getting clingy. Ladies. Ryan's voice boomed as he approached. My two favorite women, together again. Should I be worried? Always, Claire smiled, all teeth. Ryan clinked his glass for attention. The room hushed as he took center stage, radiating confidence. Tonight we celebrate not just a book, but the power of authentic storytelling. My finger hovered over the send button. Quinn? Emily's voice crackled through my phone. Mom, where are you? The room tilted. Sarah was supposed to keep her overnight. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Dad's assistant came to get me. She said you and Dad wanted me at the party. The blood drained from my face. Ryan's assistant hadn't worked for us in months. Emily, where are you exactly? In the car. But Mom, I don't know this lady. Ryan's eyes locked with mine across the room as he continued his speech. His smile turned predatory. I've learned that true creativity comes from life's darkest moments, he proclaimed. From losing everything you thought you owned. My hands shook as I tried calling Sarah. Straight to voicemail. Claire gripped my arm. Quinn, what's happening? He knew. The realization hit like ice water. He knew about the evidence, about everything. He's using Emily too. And speaking of ownership, Ryan's voice cut through my panic. I'd like to thank my wife, Quinn. Stand up, darling. Let them see the woman who's always worked so diligently behind the scenes. The spotlight found me. Phones turned to record. This was his countermove, forcing my hand in front of witnesses. Mom? Emily's voice trembled through the phone. The lady's not taking me to the party. She's. The call cut off. Ryan raised his glass. To the hidden voices that shape our stories. The ones who prefer to remain anonymous. The room applauded. I met his gaze, seeing the ultimatum there. My revenge or our daughter? Choose carefully, Quinn, he said softly into the microphone. Some stories can't be rewritten. My own words thrown back at me. Claire's hand found mine under the cover of darkness. I have a car waiting downstairs. Go. I'll handle this. But the evidence will mean nothing if Emily's hurt. She squeezed my hand. Besides, you're not the only one with recordings. I deleted the email to Jessica Chin. Ryan's triumphant smile lasted exactly 3 seconds before Claire stepped into the spotlight. Actually, she announced, I have my own story to share tonight. About authenticity. About truth. She held up her phone. About who really writes Ryan Mitchell's books. The room stirred. Ryan's mask slipped. I was already moving, my heels silent on the plush carpet as I slipped out. Emily's last known GPS location blinked on my phone. 20 minutes away. Quinn. Ryan's voice carried down the hallway. Don't you dare. Claire's voice rose above his. Let me read you some interesting text messages about the real creative process behind these bestsellers. The elevator doors closed on the sound of gasps and murmuring. My reflection showed a woman I barely recognized, mascara smeared, hands steady, eyes burning. Emily's location blinked again. Moving north now. I'd wanted revenge. Wanted to reclaim my voice, my story. But some prices were too high. The elevator hit ground level. My phone buzzed with a text from Claire, go get her. I've got this covered. And Quinn? Make him pay. I stepped into the night, my daughter's tracking signal like a beacon. Ryan had forgotten the first rule of storytelling, never threaten a mother's child. This wasn't about revenge anymore. This was about survival. Emily's GPS signal led me to Ryan's lake house, the one he'd claimed was his private writing retreat. My headlights caught his car in the gravel driveway, next to an unfamiliar sedan. Through the window, I saw Emily curled up on the couch, apparently asleep. The woman beside her wasn't Ryan's former assistant, she was his publisher, Margaret Chin. Jessica Chin's mother. My phone vibrated. Claire's live stream from the party had gone viral. The literary world was imploding in real time. The front door opened before I could knock. Margaret's smile was razor-sharp. The real Mrs. Mitchell. Please, join us. Ryan emerged from his study, jacket off, tie loose. You should have taken the deal, Quinn. Public humiliation for private peace. Simple trade. Where's your phone? Margaret asked, too casually. Destroyed. I kept my voice steady. Like your career will be when people learn you helped cover up literary fraud. Fraud? Ryan laughed. I paid you well to write those books. Everything was legal. Except the contracts I never signed. The ones Margaret backdated. I turned to her. Did Jessica know you were suppressing stories about ghostwriters? That must have been an interesting mother-daughter conversation. Margaret's composure cracked slightly. You don't understand the industry. I understand everything. I moved toward Emily. Including why you're both here instead of damage control at the party. You need my original manuscripts. The ones proving the timeline. Smart girl. Ryan stepped between me and Emily. But you forgot something. I know how you write. Every plot twist, every character motivation. I taught you everything. No. I met his gaze. I taught you. And you never learned the most important rule. Which is? The villain always monologues too long. On cue, Sarah burst through the back door with 2 police officers. Emily startled awake at the commotion. Kidnapping and extortion, Sarah announced. Plus whatever they find on those hard drives, I saw them loading into Margaret's car. Ryan lunged for his study, but I was already there, blocking the door. Looking for these? I held up a USB drive. Claire wasn't the only one making recordings. Remember all those plotting sessions where you dictated plot points? The ones where you admitted everything? You wouldn't. His charm vanished, replaced by something ugly. You'll destroy yourself too. Mom? Emily's voice trembled. What's happening? I kept my eyes on Ryan. I'm telling the truth, baby. Like in your princess story. Remember how she saved herself? By using her voice, Emily whispered. Margaret moved toward her purse, but Sarah was faster. The police would love to see what's on your phone, Margaret. Especially those messages about suppressing stories. You planned this, Ryan realized. All of it. The party, Claire's betrayal, Jessica Chen's mother. I learned from the best. I smiled his signature smile. You always said good stories need satisfying endings. The officers moved in with handcuffs. Margaret started negotiating immediately, but Ryan just stared at me. I made you, he spat. No. I took Emily's hand, feeling her squeeze back. I made you. Every word, every story, every success. I just forgot to write one thing. What's that? My own story. I led Emily toward the door. But I'm starting now. Sarah followed us out, already dialing Claire for an update. Behind us, Ryan's voice rose in desperate explanation to the officers, spinning one last story nobody would believe. My phone buzzed with a message from Claire, done here. Your name is trending. Publishers are calling. Ready for phase 2? Emily looked up at me. Mom? Are we going home? No, baby. I hugged her close, breathing in her familiar scent. We're going somewhere better. We're going to write our own story. With a happy ending? I watched through the window as the officers led Ryan and Margaret out. 8 years of silence, of living in shadows, of writing other people's truths instead of my own, all of it ending in a single night. The happiest, I promised. Because this time, we're writing it together. Sarah started the car, and as we pulled away, I finally hit send on the email I'd been saving, my first novel, under my own name. Ready to tell the world who I really was. Some stories don't need revenge. They just need truth. The morning paper sat unopened on my desk, Ryan's guilty plea splashed across the headlines. Next to it, a stack of publishing contracts waited for my signature, not his. My phone buzzed with another message from his lawyer about the divorce settlement. I left them all untouched, focusing instead on Emily's voice drifting through our new apartment as she read aloud from her notebook. The princess realized her magic wasn't in her crown, but in her words. That's beautiful, Claire said from her spot on our couch. You're definitely your mother's daughter. I paused in the doorway, watching them. Claire had surprised everyone by becoming Emily's favorite writing mentor, their Sunday sessions now a weekly ritual. Sometimes redemption comes from unexpected places. Mom! Emily bounced up. I finished my story. Want to hear the ending? Always. I settled beside them, noticing how Claire's influencer polish had softened into something more genuine these days. My phone buzzed again. Sarah's text, court documents are sealed. Margaret took the plea deal. It's over. But it wasn't over. It was just beginning. Before you read, I pulled out a package from my desk. I have something for you. Emily tore open the wrapping, revealing a book, my book. The one I'd started the night I found Ryan's messages, written in stolen moments between revelations and betrayals. Ghostwriter by Quinn Mitchell, she read, then looked up with wide eyes. You wrote a whole book? I wrote many books, I smiled. But this is the first one with my name on it. Claire picked up the newspaper, scanning the headlines. Ryan's statement is interesting. He's still trying to control the narrative. Let him try. I opened the book to its dedication page. Emily read this part. She leaned in, her finger tracing the words, to my daughter, who taught me that the best stories are the ones we dare to tell ourselves. The doorbell rang. Claire checked her phone and stood. That'll be my car. Time for my meeting with the ghostwriting documentary people. You don't have to do this, I reminded her. Actually, I do. She gathered her things. Some stories need to be told, right? Even the messy ones. Even if we're not the heroes in them. After she left, Emily curled into my side. Mom? Are you sad about Dad? I considered the question, thinking of the manuscript pages spread across my desk, my new novel. Flowing freely now that I wasn't writing in someone else's voice. I'm sad about who I thought he was, I answered honestly. But not about who I discovered I could be. Like the princess in my story? Exactly like that. I picked up her notebook. Now, let's hear this ending of yours. She sat up straighter, proud and sure in a way I'd never been at her age. The princess realized she didn't need revenge against the people who stole her voice. She just needed to find it again, louder and stronger than before. My phone lit up with another call from Ryan's lawyer. I silenced it, focusing instead on my daughter's words, on the story she was creating, not a fairy tale of perfect justice. But something more complex. Something real. The morning sun caught the book cover on my desk, my name gleaming in gold letters. Beyond it, through the window, the city sprawled vast and full of possibilities. Somewhere out there, Ryan was crafting his comeback story, Claire was reshaping her narrative. And Sarah was probably already planning my next book tour. But here, in this moment, I listened to my daughter's voice, growing stronger with each word. She'd written her princess a different kind of ending, not one where she vanquished all her enemies. But one where she learned to speak her truth so loudly that their lies became irrelevant. Emily looked up from her notebook. Did I do it right? Perfect, I said, understanding finally that revenge hadn't been the answer. The real victory wasn't in destroying Ryan's story, but in reclaiming the power to tell our own. She grinned and turned the page. Want to help me write the sequel? Always, I promised, reaching for a pen. We've got plenty of stories left to tell.
The photograph stared back at me from my laptop screen, mocking everything I thought I knew about my life. My husband Nathan, the father of my children, down on one knee in front of a woman who wasn't me. The image had appeared in my social media feed, shared by a mutual friend who clearly had no idea what they were exposing. I'm Brooke, and until 30 seconds ago, I was just another suburban mom juggling a photography career with raising 2 kids. Now I'm someone else entirely. Someone with trembling hands and a throat full of bile. Mom, have you seen my blue sweater? Emma's voice floated down from upstairs, yanking me back to reality. I slammed the laptop shut so hard it might have cracked. Check the laundry room, honey. My voice didn't shake. 14 years of motherhood had taught me how to lie convincingly when necessary. The timestamp on the photo showed it was taken 3 days ago, while Nathan was supposedly at a sales conference in Chicago. The woman was young, probably early 30s, with the kind of carefully curated Instagram-perfect appearance that made my stomach turn. The ring in Nathan's hand caught the light just right, probably worth 3 months of his salary, just like the one he'd given me 15 years ago. My phone buzzed. Nathan's face appeared on the screen, his weekly Thursday check-in right on schedule. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Hey, how's Chicago? The words tasted like poison. Exhausting. Back-to-back meetings all day. Miss you guys though. His voice was warm, practiced. How many times had he fed me these lines? The kids miss you too. I opened my laptop again, staring at his face in the photo. The same smile he was probably wearing right now while lying to my face. When do you fly back? Saturday afternoon like we planned. Listen, I've got to run to another meeting.
Give Emma and Lucas a kiss for me. Of course. I ended the call before he could say, I love you. Some lies I couldn't stomach hearing right now. The house felt different suddenly, like all our family photos were mocking me from their frames. 15 years of memories, each one now tainted with doubt. How long had this been going on? How many business trips weren't really business trips at all? My camera bag sat in the corner of my home office, filled with thousands of dollars worth of equipment I used to capture other people's perfect moments. The irony wasn't lost on me. Mom! Lucas appeared in the doorway, my 11-year-old son clutching his math homework. Can you help me with these word problems? I forced a smile. Sure, buddy. Pull up a chair. As I helped Lucas work through his multiplication tables, my mind raced through the past few months. The new cologne, the gym membership, the late meetings and networking events. All the classic signs I'd been too trusting to question. My phone buzzed again, a text this time. Nathan had sent a photo of himself at what looked like a conference center, complete with a generic, wish you were here message. The timestamp showed it was taken yesterday. My fingers hovered over the screen, tempted to send back the proposal photo with a simple, wish I was there too. But no, that would be too easy, too quick. Nathan had spent months, maybe years, crafting his perfect double life. His careful lies deserved an equally careful unraveling. Mom? Earth to Mom. Lucas waved his hand in front of my face. Is 7 times 8 56? Yes, sweetheart. That's exactly right. I squeezed his shoulder, suddenly fierce with protective love. Whatever happened next, I had to handle it carefully. Emma and Lucas didn't deserve to have their world shattered as brutally as mine had been. I reached for my phone again, scrolling through my contacts until I found Rick Davidson, private investigator. We'd worked together on a few corporate events where I'd been the photographer. He owed me a favor. It was time to start gathering evidence. Nathan thought he was the only one who could play this game. He was about to learn otherwise. Rick's office smelled like stale coffee and old paper. He hadn't changed since the last corporate event I'd photographed for him. Same worn leather chair. Same knowing smile that said he'd seen it all before. 2 phones, I said, sliding Nathan's phone bill across his desk. One's registered to his company, the other's personal. But there's a third number that keeps showing up on both bills. Rick picked up the papers, his eyes scanning the highlighted sections. How long has he been using separate phones? 6 months, maybe longer. That's as far back as I could access the records. My fingers drummed against the armrest, a nervous habit I couldn't shake. I need to know everything, Rick. Where he goes, who he meets, what lies he's telling. Surveillance isn't cheap, Brooke. I pulled out my camera bag. I've got 3 wedding shoots booked this month. I can pay. Emma's text lit up my phone. Dad's coming home early. Says he's bringing presents. My stomach clenched. Nathan wasn't due back until tomorrow. Another deviation from his carefully planned schedule. They were happening more frequently now. I need to go, I said, standing up. My husband's about to perform his returning hero act. Rick's expression softened. Be careful, Brooke. People who live double lives, they notice when things change. Don't tip your hand too early. I arrived home just as Nathan's car pulled into the driveway. He emerged carrying shopping bags, wearing a new suit I didn't recognize. The kids rushed out to greet him while I hung back, watching through my photographer's eye. The composition was perfect. Successful father, loving children, beautiful home. But the edges were blurring, reality bleeding through like overexposed film. Missed you guys too much to stay away, Nathan announced, hugging Emma and Lucas. He approached me with that familiar smile, the one I used to trust. And I missed you most of all. His kiss felt like betrayal. His new cologne mixed with something else. A floral scent that definitely wasn't mine. You're home early, I said, keeping my voice light. Everything okay at the conference? Wrapped up sooner than expected. He handed me a small box from one of the bags. Thought you might like this. Inside was an expensive camera lens, the exact model I'd mentioned wanting months ago. He'd been listening then, planning ahead, building his alibis with careful attention to detail. It's perfect, I lied, matching his performance. Thank you. Later that night, after the kids were asleep, I watched Nathan unpack. New shirts carefully folded. A receipt for a restaurant I didn't recognize. His movements were practiced, efficient, a man used to compartmentalizing his life. The conference center looked nice in your photo, I said, testing the waters. Where was it again? The Marriott downtown. He didn't look up from his suitcase. Standard corporate setup. I thought of the proposal photo, definitely not taken at any Marriott. Must have been exhausting, all those meetings. You have no idea. He finally met my eyes, and for a moment I saw something flicker there. Guilt? Fear? I'm just glad to be home. My phone buzzed, a text from Rick. Meeting tomorrow. Found something interesting. Everything okay? Nathan asked, noticing my expression. Just work stuff. A client wanting to reschedule. The lies came easier now, flowing both ways in our marriage like poison in the groundwater. Emma appeared in the doorway, her artist's eye taking in the scene. Dad, your new suit looks expensive. Company's doing well, sweetheart. Thought I deserved a treat. I watched our daughter process this, saw the slight furrow in her brow. She was 14, old enough to sense when things didn't add up. I needed to move carefully, protect her and Lucas from whatever explosion was coming. Nathan's phone chimed, the other one, the one he thought I didn't know about. He glanced at it casually, but his shoulders tensed. Work never stops, he said with a forced laugh, stepping into the hallway to answer it. I met Emma's questioning gaze and managed a smile. Why don't you show me that new sketch you were working on? Tomorrow Rick would tell me exactly who was on the other end of that call. But tonight I had to keep playing my part in this fractured family portrait. The manila envelope sat between us on Rick's desk like a loaded gun. His expression told me everything before he even opened it. Olivia Reeves, he said, sliding out a series of photographs. 30 years old. Marketing director at Clayton Industries. She's been seeing Nathan for at least 18 months. Each photo was like a knife twist. Nathan and Olivia at restaurants I'd never been to. Holding hands in a park across town. Entering an apartment building I didn't recognize. The timestamps marched backward through months of betrayal. The apartment's in her name, Rick continued. But Nathan's been paying the rent through a shell company. He's not as careful with his digital footprint as he thinks. My hands didn't shake anymore when I looked at the evidence. That surprised me. The ring in the proposal photo? Purchased 3 weeks ago. Tiffany's. He used his business account. I thought of the camera lens he'd bought me. His guilt wrapped in expensive glass and metal. What else? Rick hesitated. There's something you should know about Clayton Industries. They're about to announce a merger with Nathan's company. He's been leading the negotiations. The pieces clicked together with nauseating clarity. She's not just his mistress. She's his ticket to a promotion. The merger goes public next month. The timing of the proposal makes everything look legitimate. I finished his thought. No one questions the executive marrying the marketing director after a merger. They just assume they met during negotiations. My phone buzzed, Emma asking if I'd be home for dinner. Nathan was cooking, apparently, playing the devoted husband while his carefully constructed new life took shape. There's more, Rick said quietly. Olivia's pregnant. 8 weeks. The room tilted sideways. I gripped the edge of Rick's desk, feeling the rough wood under my fingers, anchoring myself to something solid while my world spun apart. Does she know? My voice sounded distant. About me? About the kids? No. Nathan told her he's been separated for a year, living in a guest house on the property to help with the children's transition. Rick's disgust was evident. She thinks he's being noble. I gathered the photos, my photographer's eye noting the technical details to avoid processing the content. Good composition, natural light, clear focus on the betrayal. I need copies of everything, I said. And I need to know exactly when they're meeting next. Brooke. Rick's voice held a warning. Whatever you're planning. I'm not planning anything yet. The lie came easily. I just need to know. At home, Nathan was in the kitchen teaching Lucas how to make pasta from scratch. Flour dusted his expensive shirt. Emma sat at the counter sketching the scene. The perfect family moment, staged by a master manipulator. There's my beautiful wife, Nathan smiled, coming over to kiss me. I turned my head slightly, making it land on my cheek. A small rebellion, but his slight frown told me he noticed. How was your shoot? He asked, returning to the pasta maker. Illuminating. I watched him roll the dough thinner. Actually, I've been thinking about expanding the business. Maybe doing some corporate work. Nathan's hands paused for a fraction of a second. Oh, Clayton Industries is looking for a new photographer for their annual report. Thought I might submit a portfolio. The pasta maker cranked to a stop. Nathan's knuckles whitened on the handle. That's ambitious, he said carefully. But maybe stick to what you know best? Wedding photography is your strength. Emma looked up from her sketch, her artist's eye catching the tension. I think Mom should go for it. Her corporate shots are amazing. Thanks, sweetie. I held Nathan's gaze. Sometimes it's good to step out of your comfort zone. Try something new. Don't you agree, honey? He forced a smile. We'll discuss it later. That night, I lay awake listening to Nathan's steady breathing beside me. 8 weeks pregnant. A new life growing while our old one crumbled. I thought about Olivia, probably lying awake too, dreaming of her future with a man who excelled at selling beautiful lies. My phone lit up with a text from Rick. Tomorrow. Lunch meeting at the Grove. 1 p.m. I turned off the phone and closed my eyes, already planning my next move. Nathan wasn't the only one who could play a long game. The Grove buzzed with the lunch crowd as I positioned myself at a corner table, camera in hand. Just another photographer working on her portfolio. The perfect cover for watching my husband meet his pregnant mistress. Jenna slid into the seat across from me, right on schedule. Are you sure about this? Keep your voice down. I adjusted my lens, framing the entrance. You're here to make this look like a business meeting, remember? Brooke. Her hand covered my camera. You're shaking. I was. The weight of Rick's latest revelation still pressed against my chest. This morning's manila envelope had contained bank statements showing Nathan had been siphoning money from our joint accounts for months. College funds. Retirement savings. All quietly disappearing into offshore accounts. He's not just betraying me, I said, moving Jenna's hand away. He's stealing our children's future. The lunch crowd parted and there they were. Nathan in his tailored suit. Olivia in a cream dress that didn't quite hide her small bump. They looked like something out of a magazine spread. The successful executive and his beautiful young fiancée. Through my viewfinder, I watched them settle at their table. Nathan pulled out her chair just like he used to do for me. Their hands met across the table, wedding rings conspicuously absent. Emma asked me this morning if everything was okay between her father and me, I said, keeping my voice steady as I clicked the shutter. She's not sleeping well. Says the house feels different. Kids always know, Jenna murmured. Even when we think we're protecting them. Nathan leaned in close to Olivia, showing her something on his phone. Her face lit up with joy. Wedding venues, maybe. Or nursery designs. My camera captured it all. Evidence of happiness built on stolen dreams. My phone buzzed. A text from Emma. Mom, can we talk when you get home? It's important. I need to end this, I said, lowering the camera. Before Emma and Lucas get hurt even more. What are you thinking? I watched Nathan signal for the check, his other hand still entwined with Olivia's. The merger announcement is in 3 weeks. Nathan's planning to move out right after. Make it look like an amicable separation. How do you know? Because I found the lease agreement for his new place. Signed last week, starting next month. 3 bedrooms. Space for a nursery. Jenna's sharp intake of breath matched the twist in my gut. That son of a. But he doesn't know that I know about Clayton Industries, I continued, my voice hardening. Or about the pregnancy. Or the money. Brooke. Jenna's warning tone was back. The Clayton family is hosting their annual charity gala next weekend. Nathan will be there with his executive team, presenting the merger details to the board. And I just got hired as their event photographer. I smiled, but there was nothing warm in it. Apparently, someone showed them my portfolio. Nathan and Olivia were standing now, preparing to leave. He helped her with her coat. Another familiar gesture twisted into something painful. You're going to expose them at the gala? Jenna asked, horror creeping into her voice. No. I packed away my camera, my movements precise and controlled. I'm going to give Nathan exactly what he wants. The perfect public image. the successful businessman, the devoted family man. I don't understand. The higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. I stood up, watching my husband guide his pregnant mistress through the restaurant. And I'm going to make sure everyone is watching when he does. My phone buzzed again. Emma sending a follow-up text. Found something in Dad's office. Need to show you. The timing couldn't have been worse. Or better. Emma was already piecing things together. Maybe it was time to stop protecting her from the truth and start preparing her for what was coming. You know this will change everything, Jenna said softly. Once you start this, everything's already changed. I shouldered my camera bag, my decision crystallizing. Nathan just doesn't know it yet. Emma's discovery lay on my desk like a live grenade. A second phone, sleek and black, hidden behind Nathan's filing cabinet. She'd found it while looking for art supplies in his office. The screen was locked, but it didn't matter. I already knew what it contained. I didn't mean to snoop, Emma said, perched on the edge of my chair. But Dad's been acting weird, and I thought, you're not the one who did anything wrong. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders, feeling her slight trembles. Thank you for showing me. The Clayton Industries gala invitation sat next to the phone, its gold embossing catching the afternoon light. 3 days away. Nathan had already announced he'd be working late that night, laying his alibis with practiced care. My phone buzzed. Rick's latest update. Olivia's parents confirmed for the gala. Board members too. Everyone who matters will be there. Mom. Emma's voice pulled me back. Are you and Dad getting divorced? The question hung between us, sharp as broken glass. Before I could answer, the front door opened. Nathan's footsteps in the hallway. Lucas's excited voice greeting him. We'll talk later, I whispered, squeezing Emma's hand. Everything's going to be okay. Nathan appeared in the doorway, his smile faltering slightly at finding us in his office. What's going on here? Emma's helping me prep for the Clayton shoot, I said smoothly, sliding the second phone under some papers. I wanted her artistic eye on some composition ideas. Right, the gala. He loosened his tie, watching us carefully. You know, maybe it's not the best timing. With everything going on at the company, everything's arranged. I stood, meeting his gaze. The Clayton family specifically requested me. A muscle twitched in his jaw. Did they? Mom's the best, Emma declared, her voice carrying a hint of challenge that made me proud and terrified at the same time. That night, after the kids were asleep, I sat in my darkroom developing photos from the Grove. Nathan and Olivia's lunch meeting emerged in stark blacks and whites, their intimacy captured in chemical precision, evidence of betrayal floating in developer fluid. My phone lit up, Jenna checking in. Still going through with it? I studied the image of Nathan leaning in close to Olivia, his expression softer than any look he'd given me in months. The next photo showed them leaving together, his hand protective at her back. The final shot. Olivia touching her barely visible bump while Nathan smiled. My reply to Jenna was simple. Yes. The gala invitation seemed to pulse with possibility. Nathan thought he was orchestrating the perfect exit, the merger announcement first, then the carefully managed revelation of his new relationship. A clean break, professionally packaged. But he didn't know about the USB drive I'd prepared, loaded with bank statements, phone records, and photos. Didn't know I'd already spoken to Clayton Industries board secretary, sharing concerns about financial irregularities I'd noticed while preparing for the event. Footsteps in the hallway made me freeze. Nathan's shadow paused outside the darkroom door. Working late. His voice carried through the barrier. Just finishing some proofs. I slipped the incriminating photos into a folder. Big event coming up. A long pause. Brooke, maybe we should talk. About what? Another pause. About the future. Changes coming up. My hand tightened on the folder. Sounds serious. It is. His shadow shifted. But not tonight. After the gala, okay? Everything will make more sense then. I thought of Emma's question about divorce, of Lucas's confused looks at dinner, of Olivia's growing bump and Nathan's secret phone. Yes, I said quietly. Everything will make sense after the gala. His footsteps retreated, leaving me alone with my photographs and plans. 3 days until the Clayton family's annual charity event. 3 days until Nathan's carefully constructed world shattered like a dropped lens. I touched the USB drive in my pocket, feeling its weight like a trigger waiting to be pulled. The time for hesitation was over. Nathan had chosen his path. Now I would choose mine. The Clayton Industries gala sparkled with wealth and pretense. Through my camera lens I captured it all, the forced smiles, the calculated handshakes, the subtle power plays disguised as small talk. Nathan worked the room like the master performer he was, his charm dialed up to maximum. I kept shooting, each click of the shutter marking time until the moment everything would change. "Mrs. Harrison?" A young assistant appeared at my elbow. "Mr. Clayton requests your presence in the boardroom. Something about additional shots of the executive team." Perfect timing. I touched the USB drive in my camera bag, nodding. Of course. The boardroom doors opened to reveal Nathan at the head of the table, mid-presentation. Olivia sat to his right, her cream dress carefully arranged to hide her growing secret. The Clayton family occupied the other end, along with key board members. "Ah, Brooke." Nathan's smile flickered slightly. "We're just wrapping up the merger presentation." I raised my camera, moving around the room. Click. Nathan's hand brushing Olivia's shoulder. Click. The engagement ring she tried to hide. Click. The faces of people about to witness a carefully constructed life implode. "Before we conclude," I said, lowering my camera, "I have some additional materials the board should review." Nathan's expression shifted. "This isn't the time." "It's exactly the time." I pulled out the USB drive, but before I could hand it over, the boardroom door burst open. Emma stood there breathless with Lucas right behind her. My heart stopped. "Mom, wait." Emma's voice cracked. "You can't do this." The room froze. Nathan's face drained of color. Olivia's hand moved protectively to her stomach. "Emma, Lucas, you shouldn't be here." Nathan stood, trying to take control. "How did you even?" "We followed Mom," Lucas said. "We knew something was wrong." My carefully planned revenge crumbled as I watched my children's faces. They knew. They'd known all along. And now they were here to witness everything fall apart. "Perhaps we should take a break," Mr. Clayton suggested, looking uncomfortable. "No." Emma moved to stand between me and Nathan. "Mom found Dad's other phone weeks ago. We've known about." She glanced at Olivia, who had tears streaming down her face. "About everything. And we hate what Dad did," Lucas added, his small voice steady. "But this isn't you, Mom. You're better than this." The USB drive felt like lead in my hand. All my evidence, all my righteous anger, suddenly seemed hollow under my children's clear-eyed judgment. "They're right." Nathan's voice was quiet. "I'm the one who should face the consequences. Not like this, not with some public spectacle that hurts everyone." "Hurts everyone?" I finally found my voice. "You stole their college funds. You're having a baby with." "What?" Emma's head whipped toward Olivia. Lucas grabbed his sister's hand. The boardroom erupted in whispers. Olivia stood abruptly, knocking over her water glass. The sound of shattering glass matched the breaking of my resolve. "I'm sorry," Olivia whispered, looking not at Nathan but at my children. "I didn't know. He told me you knew, that you understood." "Understanding requires honesty," Emma said, sounding far older than her 14 years. "Something Dad forgot about." Mr. Clayton cleared his throat. "Nathan, I believe we need to have a private conversation about your position with the company." I watched my revenge plan dissolve, replaced by something more powerful. My children's dignity in the face of betrayal. They'd chosen the higher ground I'd almost abandoned. "The merger documents," Nathan said weakly. "They're already are worth nothing compared to our reputation," Mr. Clayton finished. "Brooke, thank you for bringing this to our attention, though perhaps not quite as planned." I nodded, gathering my camera bag. Emma and Lucas moved to flank me, their presence both a comfort and a rebuke. "We should go home," I said quietly. As we left the boardroom, I heard Olivia's muffled sobs and Nathan's desperate attempts to salvage something. His job, his reputation, his lies. But none of it mattered anymore. My revenge had failed, but something more important had emerged from the wreckage. My children's unwavering moral compass, pointing toward a better way forward. Nathan stood in our driveway 3 days after the gala, loading boxes into his car. Emma watched from her bedroom window while Lucas sat on the front steps, methodically destroying dandelions with a stick. The morning light felt too bright, too exposing for this kind of ending. The Clayton board voted unanimously, Nathan said, closing his trunk. I'm officially unemployed. And unofficially? He flinched at my tone. Olivia's parents are helping us find a place. Until then, I'm staying at the Marriott. The real one this time? Lucas looked up at that, his stick pausing mid-swing. Nathan's jaw tightened. I never meant. To steal our children's college funds? To start a second family while destroying this one? Which part wasn't meant to happen, Nathan? Emma appeared in the doorway, her sketchbook clutched to her chest like armor. Dad? Are you taking any of my drawings? The question hit him like a physical blow. He glanced at the packed car, then back at our daughter. I didn't think. I can come back for. Don't bother. She ripped a page from her book, a family portrait from happier times, and held it out. This is the last one I'll ever draw of you. Nathan reached for the drawing, but Emma let it fall. The paper caught the morning breeze, skittering across the driveway like a wounded thing. Emma, please. You know what's weird? Lucas stood up suddenly. I kept thinking there must have been signs. Something we missed. But there weren't any, were there? You're just really good at lying. My son's words, delivered in his matter-of-fact voice, did what my anger couldn't. Nathan's carefully maintained facade cracked. I love you both, he said. That was never a lie. Love doesn't empty bank accounts, I said quietly. Love doesn't build a life on lies. The money? I can explain. Mr. Clayton already did. I pulled out an envelope. The board is pursuing legal action for financial misconduct. But they're willing to be lenient if you cooperate with the forensic audit. Nathan's face went ash gray. You don't understand. Olivia's pregnancy. The new house. We needed you. Emma's voice cracked. We needed our dad, not some stranger who wore his face and told pretty lies. Lucas moved to stand beside his sister, offering silent support. I watched my children, marveling at their strength, their unflinching honesty in the face of betrayal. The divorce papers are being drawn up, I said. The lawyers will contact you about the audit and custody arrangements. Custody? Nathan laughed bitterly. After what happened at the gala, you think any judge will? We get to choose, Lucas interrupted. Mom already talked to us about it. That's what happens when parents tell their kids the truth. A car pulled up to the curb. Olivia, her pregnancy now visible beneath a flowing dress. She stayed behind the wheel, unable or unwilling to face this scene. Your new family's waiting, Emma said, turning away. You should go. Nathan stood frozen between his packed car and our front door. A man caught between the ruins of one life and the uncertain promise of another. Finally, he bent down and picked up Emma's fallen drawing. I'm sorry, he said, though it wasn't clear who he was apologizing to. I never thought it would end like this. No, I agreed, watching him fold the drawing with trembling hands. You just thought you wouldn't get caught. He got into his car without another word. Olivia's vehicle pulled away first, and Nathan followed, leaving us standing in the debris of his choices. Emma's hand found mine. Lucas pressed against my other side. We stood there, watching until both cars disappeared around the corner. What happens now? Lucas asked. I looked at my children, hurt but unbroken, angry but unbowed. Now we rebuild. Together. Emma squeezed my hand. Without lies. Without lies. I promised, leading them back into our house, which already felt different, lighter somehow, as if truth had its own gravity, pulling us toward a new center. The divorce papers arrived on the same morning as the letter from Olivia's lawyer. I found Emma at the kitchen table, already reading the second document. She'd started checking the mail before me, hungry for news of how our story would end. She's suing him, Emma said, sliding the letter across the table, for fraud and emotional distress. Like mother, like mistress, I murmured, but the old bitterness had faded to something quieter. Lucas bounded in, fresh from soccer practice. Mom, can we hang my new photos in the darkroom? Coach says I've got a good eye. The darkroom had become our shared space, where Lucas learned to develop film and Emma sketched while I worked. The walls now held a growing gallery of our family's new shape. 3 people instead of 4, stronger at the broken places. Speaking of photos, Emma said carefully, Dad's baby shower invitation came. With pictures. My hand stilled on Lucas's camera. And I threw it away. She met my eyes. Some things we don't need to see. The doorbell rang. Jenna arriving for our weekly coffee. These days she brought contracts instead of consolation. My business had expanded since the Clayton Gala. My reputation for capturing uncomfortable truths attracting high-profile clients. You'll never guess who called, Jenna said, settling at the table. Olivia's lawyer. They want to hire you for the court documentation. Emma's head snapped up. Lucas stopped fiddling with his camera. That's... I searched for the right word. Poetic. It's perfect, Emma declared. Make him face his own reflection. The way you made him face ours, Lucas added. I studied my children, Emma's fierce certainty, Lucas's quiet strength. They taught me more about justice than revenge ever could. I'll take the job, I decided. But not for revenge. For what then? Jenna asked. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from Rick. Nathan's trying to access the offshore accounts. Clayton's lawyers are moving to freeze everything. Mom. Emma's voice held a question. I showed them the message. No more secrets, that was our new rule. He's running, Lucas said, understanding immediately. Let him, I replied and meant it. We've got our own path to follow. Jenna raised an eyebrow. And Olivia's case? I'll document it honestly. Every frame, every moment. I touched my camera, thinking of all the ways truth could be captured and preserved. That's not revenge, it's justice. There's a difference. Emma pulled out her sketchbook. A new one filled with drawings of our reformed family. I've been thinking about that difference. Maybe revenge is about looking backward, but justice looks forward. Deep thoughts for breakfast, Lucas teased, but he was nodding. The morning light streamed through our kitchen window, catching the dust motes in its beam. Through my photographer's eye, I saw us as we were. Not broken but reconstituted. Not victims but survivors. I need to respond to Olivia's lawyer, I said, standing. Then we should finish hanging Lucas's photos. And my new sketches? Emma asked. Those too. I smiled. We've got plenty of wall space now. As I headed to my office, I heard Lucas ask Emma about her latest drawing project. Their voices followed me, warm and real and present. No pretense, no perfect family facade. Just truth, with all its sharp edges and unexpected beauty. My camera sat ready on my desk, next to the contract from Olivia's lawyer. I thought about Nathan, scrambling to salvage what he could of his carefully constructed lies. About Olivia, choosing truth over comfort. About my children, who'd shown me that the best revenge wasn't revenge at all. I picked up my pen to sign the contract, ready to document one more chapter of this story. Not for the satisfaction of watching Nathan fall, but for the simple power of letting truth speak through my lens. Sometimes justice was quiet. Sometimes it looked like nothing more than people choosing to face reality one frame at a time.
Books have always been my refuge, my escape hatch from reality. But that letter, that single piece of paper tucked between the pages of a returned copy of Rebecca, changed everything. I'm Bailey, and until that Tuesday afternoon at the library, I thought I understood how stories worked. The build-up, the tension, the resolution. But real life doesn't follow such neat patterns. You might want to take a look at this, Sophie said, sliding the envelope across the checkout desk. Found it while reshelving in the mystery section. My name was written on the front in careful, measured strokes. No last name, just Bailey. The paper inside smelled faintly of lavender, Martha's signature scent. Your mother-in-law has been planning something. Watch your back. She's not who you think she is. I read it 3 times, my fingers trembling slightly. The words were typed, pristine, anonymous. Sophie leaned over my shoulder, her breath warm against my ear. Holy shit, she whispered. Martha's finally showing her true colors. This could be anyone, I said, but my stomach twisted. Some bored teenager playing games. Right. Because teenagers regularly warn librarians about their mothers-in-law. Sophie grabbed the letter, holding it up to the light. This is expensive paper. The kind Martha would use. I snatched it back, folding it carefully. Nathan needs to see this. Nathan needs to grow a spine, Sophie muttered. 5 years of watching his mother treat you like dirt, and he still can't stand up to her. My phone buzzed. Speak of the devil. A text from Martha, dinner tonight. 7 p.m. sharp. Important family matters to discuss. Sophie read the message over my shoulder and snorted. Important family matters. Translation: another attempt to guilt Nathan into giving her money. I should cancel. The words came out weak, unconvincing. No, Sophie said firmly. Go. Watch her. Maybe whoever sent this letter is right, maybe you'll finally see what she's really planning. The rest of my shift crawled by. Every time the door chimed, I jumped, half expecting Martha to materialize between the stacks. By closing time, I'd convinced myself I was being paranoid. Then I found the second note, this one tucked into my coat pocket. She's going to try to destroy you. Don't let her. Nathan was already home when I arrived, loosening his tie in front of the mirror. Ready for dinner with Mom? He asked, smiling that hopeful smile that always made my heart ache. He wanted so badly for everyone to get along. I pulled out both notes. We need to talk about these. He read them quickly, his forehead creasing. This is ridiculous. Mom can be difficult, but she wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Try to come between us. She's been doing that since day one. Bailey, come on. These are probably just. If you say pranks, I swear to God. I grabbed my purse, anger rising hot in my chest. Your mother hates me. She always has. And now someone's trying to warn me that she's planning something worse than her usual passive-aggressive bullshit. Nathan reached for me, but I stepped back. We're going to be late, I said. And Martha hates tardiness almost as much as she hates me. The drive to his parents' house was silent. As we pulled into the driveway, I caught a glimpse of Martha watching from the window, her silhouette sharp against the warm light inside. For a moment, she looked like something out of a Gothic novel, the mysterious figure behind the glass, plotting in secret. I touched the letters in my pocket. Whatever game Martha was playing, whatever she had planned, I wasn't going to be her victim. Not anymore. Ready? Nathan asked, killing the engine. I smiled, thinking of all the revenge stories I'd shelved over the years. Absolutely. Martha's dining room suffocated me with its perfection. Crystal glasses caught the light just so, silverware gleamed in precise alignment, and the lavender-scented candles made my head swim. Everything arranged to remind us of our place in her carefully curated world. Bailey, dear, Martha's voice dripped honey-sweet poison. I noticed the library's funding was cut again. Such a shame. Perhaps it's time to consider a more stable career. I stabbed at my salmon. The library's doing fine, Martha. Of course it is. She turned to Nathan. Darling, did you get a chance to look over those investment papers I sent? Nathan shifted in his chair. Mom, we talked about this. Bailey and I are saving for our own place. A house can wait, Martha waved her hand dismissively. Family comes first. Your father and I need to secure our retirement, and your expertise would be invaluable. Henry coughed softly into his napkin, eyes fixed on his plate. The coward's way out, I'd seen it 1,000 times. Actually, I set down my fork, we've already started house hunting. There's a lovely Victorian near the library. Oh, those old houses are money pits, Martha interrupted. Nathan, remember Cousin Rachel? Bought one of those death traps and nearly bankrupted herself with repairs. Speaking of Rachel, she's single again. Such a shame, she always had such a crush on you. The words hung in the air like smoke. I felt Nathan tense beside me. Mother. His voice carried a warning edge I'd never heard before. Martha's smile didn't waver. I'm just catching up, darling. Bailey doesn't mind, do you, dear? We're all family here. I reached for my water glass, buying time. The second note burned in my pocket. She's going to try to destroy you. Was this it? Death by 1,000 cuts at her perfectly set table. Nathan, Martha continued, about those investments. We need an answer by Friday. The opportunity won't last forever. How much? I asked suddenly. Martha blinked. I beg your pardon. How much are you asking for this time? Bailey, Nathan whispered. No, I want to know. How much of our savings does she want? The house down payment. All of it. Henry stood abruptly. I'll get coffee. Sit down, Henry, Martha snapped. To me, she said, I don't appreciate your tone. This is a private family matter. I am family. Or have you forgotten that small detail from the wedding you tried to cancel? Bailey, please, Nathan touched my arm. 200,000, Martha said quietly. A small investment, really, considering what's at stake. The room spun. 200,000. Our entire savings, gone in one manipulative swoop. Absolutely not, I said. It's not your decision to make. Martha's mask slipped, just for a moment. I caught a glimpse of something desperate in her eyes before the perfect smile returned. Nathan understands the importance of family loyalty. And I don't. Is that what you've been telling everyone? Poor Nathan, trapped with that gold digger who doesn't understand family values. Mother, that's enough, Nathan stood. We're leaving. Martha rose too, her composure cracking. If you walk out that door without giving me an answer. You'll what? I challenged. Spread more rumors. Try to sabotage my job again. Or maybe send more anonymous notes. The room went silent. Martha's face drained of color, but something in her expression, a flicker of genuine confusion, made my stomach drop. She hadn't sent those notes. What notes? Henry asked, speaking for the first time all evening. Nathan grabbed our coats. We're done here. Mom, don't call about the money again. I mean it. In the car, Nathan's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I'm sorry, he said. I should have shut this down years ago. I stared out the window, mind racing. If Martha hadn't sent those warnings, who had? And why? My phone buzzed. Unknown number, now you see what she's capable of. But tonight was just the beginning. Be ready. I deleted the message, heart pounding. Whoever was watching us, they were right about one thing, this was just the beginning. The email from Nathan's cousin Rachel sat in my inbox like a ticking bomb. Sophie leaned over my desk at the library, reading it for the third time. That manipulative witch, she hissed. She's been telling everyone you're infertile. That you've been lying to Nathan about wanting kids. My hands shook as I scrolled through Rachel's message. Martha told the entire family at their last reunion. Said Nathan was trapped with me, missing his chance at fatherhood. But you and Nathan decided together to wait. Doesn't matter. Martha's crafting her narrative. I clicked through the attached photos from the reunion, smiling faces, Martha at the center. Probably poisoning minds between coffee and dessert. Rachel says she's been praying for Nathan to see the truth before it's too late. The library door chimed. I slammed my laptop shut as Martha herself glided in, perfectly coiffed in her designer suit. Sophie squeezed my shoulder and retreated to the stacks, but stayed within earshot. Bailey, dear. I hoped I'd find you here. We're closed for lunch, I said. Oh, this won't take long. She placed a thick envelope on my desk. I thought you should see these yourself, rather than hear it from others. Inside were medical records, my medical records. Private files from my gynecologist visits, including notes about the birth control I'd been on since marriage. How did you get these? My voice sounded distant, strange. A concerned friend at the hospital. She agreed Nathan deserves to know the truth about your choices. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. I thought of all those mystery novels on our shelves, how the villains always revealed themselves through overconfidence. You broke federal law to get these records, I said quietly. That's a HIPAA violation. Prison time. Fines. Martha's smile flickered. I'm trying to protect my son. By committing felonies. Spreading lies. They're not lies if they're documented. She tapped the envelope. Nathan wants children. You're preventing that. The family deserves to know. Get out. I stood, blood rushing in my ears. Get out before I call the police. You wouldn't dare. Think what it would do to Nathan, seeing his mother arrested. Better than watching you destroy his marriage with stolen medical records and lies. Sophie emerged from the stacks, phone raised. I got all that on video, Martha. Every word. Martha's face went slack. For a moment, I saw real fear in her eyes. Then she straightened, smoothing her jacket. You'll regret this, she said softly. Both of you. After she left, I collapsed in my chair, hands trembling. Sophie played back the video, clear footage of Martha admitting to obtaining private medical records through illegal means. We've got her, Sophie said. This is actual evidence of actual crimes. My phone buzzed. Another anonymous message, now you have what you need. Use it wisely. Who keeps sending these? Sophie asked. I stared at the message, a theory forming. Someone who knows Martha well. Someone who's watched her do this before. Henry. Maybe. Or, my phone rang. Nathan. Bailey, his voice was tight. Mom just called. Said you threatened her at the library. What's going on? I looked at the medical records, the video, the anonymous messages. All the pieces of a puzzle I was finally starting to understand. Come home early, I said. There's something you need to see. After hanging up, I gathered everything into a folder, the records, Rachel's email, screenshots of the anonymous messages. 5 years of Martha's manipulation condensed into damning evidence. What are you going to do? Sophie asked. I thought of Martha's smug certainty, her decades of controlling others through secrets and lies. The way she'd underestimated me, assuming I'd stay quiet, stay weak. I'm going to give her exactly what she wants, I said. A family meeting. With everyone present. Let's see how well her lies hold up when everything comes to light. Sophie grinned. Need backup? Always. I touched the folder, thinking of Martha's words, you'll regret this. But she's the one who's going to regret starting this war. Nathan stared at the medical records spread across our kitchen table, his face unreadable. Outside, rain pelted the windows, but inside, the silence was deafening. She did this. His voice cracked. My mother actually stole your private records. I watched him pick up Sophie's phone, replay the video for the 4th time. Martha's voice, clear and damning, a concerned friend at the hospital. She's been planning this for months, I said. The rumors about infertility, the pressure about children, the financial demands, it's all connected. Nathan's phone buzzed. Another message from Martha. He ignored it, but I caught the flash of guilt in his eyes. What aren't you telling me? He ran a hand through his hair. She called earlier. Said if I don't transfer the money by Friday, she'll send those medical records to everyone at your library board meeting. Make it look like you've been lying about medical leave. My stomach lurched. The annual board meeting where I was presenting my proposal for expanded community programs. The one that could secure my promotion to head librarian. She's blackmailing you with my private information to get our savings. I told her no, Nathan said quickly. I swear, Bailey. But what? Maybe we should consider giving her something. Just to keep the peace until. I stood so fast my chair toppled backward. Until what? Until she demands more. Until she finds new ways to control us. She's still my mother. And I'm your wife. The words exploded out of me. Your wife who's watching your mother try to destroy everything I've built. And you're still making excuses for her. Nathan reached for me, but I stepped back. His phone buzzed again. This time, he looked. She's at the house, he said quietly. Dad's with her. They want to talk. No. Bailey. No more talks. No more negotiations. No more pretending she'll change. I grabbed my coat. You need to choose, Nathan. Right now. Either you stand with me against her manipulation, or what? I met his eyes. Or I'll fight this battle alone. And I promise you won't like how it ends. The doorbell rang. We both jumped. I didn't tell her our address, Nathan said. Through the front window, I saw Martha and Henry on our porch. Martha clutched a manila envelope. Henry looked ill. Another buzz from Nathan's phone. Not Martha this time, an unknown number, don't let them in. Martha found the letters. All of them. My blood ran cold. The anonymous warnings. Martha had discovered them. Bailey. Nathan watched me, confused. What letters? The doorbell rang again, more insistent. Nathan, sweetheart. Martha's voice carried through the door. We know you're home. We need to discuss these interesting messages I found. I pulled out my phone, texted Sophie, 911. Need backup. Bring the video. What are you doing? Nathan asked. Ending this. Tonight. I moved toward the door. But first, you need to decide, are you with me or against me? Martha knocked again. Bailey. I think it's time we had an honest conversation about your intentions with my son. Nathan looked between me and the door, years of conditioning warring with the evidence of his mother's betrayal. I saw the moment something shifted in his eyes. He took my hand. What's the plan? We let them in, I said. Show them everything, the records, the video, the financial demands. Call their bluff. And if they don't bluff? I squeezed his hand. Then we show them exactly what happens when you corner a librarian who reads mystery novels for fun. Nathan's laugh was shaky but real. He straightened his shoulders, moved toward the door. Together, he asked. I thought of all the times I'd stayed quiet, played nice, let Martha's poison spread. Not anymore. The anonymous messenger was right, now I had everything I needed. Together, I agreed, and reached for the door handle. The library board meeting room fell silent as my presentation crashed on the screen, replaced by personal medical records and private emails. 20 faces turned toward me, their expressions ranging from shock to pity to disgust. As you can see, Martha's voice carried from the back of the room. Mrs. Davidson has been less than honest about her qualifications and personal situation. I gripped the podium, knuckles white. Martha stood there in her perfect suit, Henry hovering uncertainly beside her. The anonymous warning from this morning flashed through my mind. Watch the presentation files carefully. Too late. These records are stolen, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. And private. Are they accurate? Board Chairman Stevens asked. Before I could answer, Martha stepped forward. The library board deserves to know if their potential head librarian has been falsifying medical leave requests and lying about her ability to commit long-term to this position. That's enough. Sophie stood up from her seat, phone in hand. I have evidence that Mrs. Wilson obtained these records illegally. I'm afraid that's not relevant right now, Martha interrupted smoothly. The question is about Mrs. Davidson's integrity. My carefully prepared presentation about community outreach programs lay forgotten. 5 years of work, destroyed in 5 minutes by stolen medical records and twisted truths. Bailey? Nathan's voice from the doorway made everyone turn. He wasn't supposed to be here, he had a meeting across town. But there he stood, holding a manila envelope. Martha's composure slipped. Nathan, darling, this isn't. I found these in your study, he said, pulling out documents. Financial records. Emails. Evidence of where that investment money was really going. The room shifted. Martha took a step back. Nathan, Henry warned, finally speaking. Don't. Why not, Dad? Afraid everyone will learn that Mom's been embezzling from your company. That she needs our savings to cover it up before the audit next month. The silence turned sharp. Martha's face went ash white. You went through my private files, she whispered. Like you went through Bailey's medical records. Nathan moved to stand beside me. It's over, Mom. The audit committee already has copies of everything. Martha's mask cracked. You don't understand. I had to, I was protecting our family name. By destroying mine. I found my voice again. By sabotaging my career. You were taking him away from us. The words burst from her like bullets. Everything I did for Nathan. For our family. No. Nathan's hand found mine. You did it for yourself. And now you've lost everything. Martha turned to Henry, reaching for him, but he stepped back. The movement was small, yet devastating in its finality. Henry. I can't cover for you anymore, he said quietly. Not this time. Chairman Stevens cleared his throat. I believe we should reschedule this presentation. And perhaps involve the hospital's legal team regarding these privacy violations. Martha's face hardened. If you pursue this, You'll what? I cut in. Share more stolen records. Spread more lies. I looked at the board members, at Sophie with her phone still recording, at Nathan standing firm beside me. I'm done being afraid of you. The anonymous messenger had been right all along. Martha was capable of anything, but so was I. Nathan, Martha tried one last time. Please. But Nathan was already gathering my presentation materials, his hand steady on my back. Goodbye, Mom. We left Martha standing there, Henry finally walking away from her, the board members murmuring among themselves. In the hallway, my phone buzzed one final time. Now you're free. Both of you. I looked at the message, then at Nathan. Did you send these? The anonymous warnings. He shook his head. No. But I think I know who did. He nodded toward the parking lot, where Henry sat in his car, phone in hand, looking years younger despite everything. Ready to go home? Nathan asked. I thought of Martha, of revenge and justice, of the fine line between protecting yourself and becoming what you fear. Yes, I said. Let's go home. Martha's house loomed before me in the gathering dusk, windows dark except for a single light in her study. Henry's warning text burned in my mind, "She's desperate. Be careful." I clutched the envelope containing copies of everything, the financial records, the medical files, the evidence of her embezzlement. The originals were safe with Nathan's lawyer, but these would serve their purpose. The front door opened before I could knock. Martha stood there, still elegant despite everything, but her eyes were different. Harder. Dangerous. "I wondered when you'd come," she said. "We need to talk." She stepped aside, gesturing me in. The house smelled of lavender and desperation. Family photos lined the walls, Nathan's whole life, carefully curated. I noticed for the first time that in every picture, Martha stood between Nathan and whoever else was in the frame. "Drink?" She moved to the bar cart. "No. Suit yourself." She poured something amber into a crystal glass. "I assume you're here to negotiate." "I'm here to end this." She laughed, a brittle sound. "And what?" "My reputation. My marriage. My relationship with my son." "You've already done that." "You did that yourself." "Did I?" She turned, something glinting in her hand. "My phone. The one I'd left in my car. Interesting messages you've been getting. Henry's quite the secret keeper, isn't he?" My stomach dropped. "How did you get into your car?" "Really, Bailey? You should be more careful where you leave spare keys." She scrolled through the messages. "My own husband, conspiring against me. Teaching you how to destroy me. Henry was trying to protect everyone. Including you." "Protect me?" The glass shattered in her grip, but she didn't seem to notice the blood or whiskey dripping from her fingers. "I built everything we have. Every connection, every advantage, every opportunity for Nathan. And you and Henry tried to tear it all down. Nathan deserves his own life. He had a perfect life until you poisoned him against me." She moved closer, blood dropping onto the pristine carpet. "But I can fix this. I can fix everything. It's over, Martha. The audit committee has the files. The hospital board knows about the stolen records. You've lost." "Have I?" Her smile turned savage. "Check your email, dear." My phone screen lit up in her bloody hand. New message from the library board, effective immediately, my position was terminated. Budget cuts. No references would be provided. "Amazing what a few well-placed calls can do," Martha said softly. "Even in disgrace, I still have influence. People still owe me favors. Nathan won't let you." "Nathan's on a flight to London. Emergency conference. Didn't he tell you?" Her eyes glittered. "He'll be gone 2 weeks. Plenty of time for you to reconsider things." My chest tightened. Nathan hadn't mentioned any conference. "You're lying." She picked up her phone, showed me the flight confirmation. "Nathan Davidson, departed 30 minutes ago. He left you to face me alone," she whispered. "Deep down, he'll always choose family first. Real family. I am his family. Are you? Without a job, without support, with your reputation in ruins." She stepped closer. "Leave him. Walk away now, and I'll make sure you land on your feet somewhere far from here. Stay, and I'll destroy everything you touch. Every job application, every rental agreement, every attempt to rebuild. You can't. I can. I will. Because unlike you, I understand what real love is. The kind that demands sacrifice." My phone buzzed again. "Nathan, sorry about the sudden trip. Mom said she'd explain. Talk when I get back." The room spun. He hadn't even called. 2 weeks, Martha said, pressing my bloody phone into my hand. Think carefully about your choice. And remember, I made you once, I can unmake you just as easily. She turned away, leaving me standing in her perfect house with its perfect photos and the taste of ashes in my mouth. On the wall, Nathan smiled from every frame, always with Martha between him and the world. My phone buzzed one last time. Henry, I'm sorry. I tried to warn you. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the last traces of daylight. And with it, my last illusions of victory. The family reunion buzzed with tension as I walked in, Martha's perfect smile faltering when she saw me. 2 weeks of silence had made her careless, confident in her victory. She hadn't expected me to come. She certainly hadn't expected Nathan beside me. Bailey, she recovered quickly, I thought you'd be elsewhere by now. Funny thing about London conferences, Nathan said. They send confirmation emails. To your actual work address. Martha's champagne glass trembled slightly. Around us, relatives pretended not to watch, but I caught Rachel's wide eyes, Henry's careful stillness by the fireplace. Nathan, darling, I can explain. Save it. I pulled out my phone, clicked play. Martha's voice filled the room. I made you once, I can unmake you just as easily. The party went silent. Martha's face drained of color. That's not, I never. I found the storage unit, Henry spoke up. The one with all the files. Every person you've ever threatened, blackmailed, or destroyed. 20 years of carefully documented revenge. Martha's mask cracked. You went through my private things. Like you went through mine. I stepped closer. The medical records were just the start, weren't they? I found the others. The jobs that mysteriously fell through. The apartment applications that got denied. You've been sabotaging me for years. I was protecting my son. You were protecting yourself, Nathan said. Dad showed me everything. The embezzlement, the threats, the lies. Even Rachel's divorce, you orchestrated that too, didn't you? Rachel gasped. Martha spun toward her. Rachel, no, I. Is it true? Rachel's voice shook. Did you tell James the first was cheating? Martha's silence was answer enough. It's over, Mom, Nathan said quietly. The audit committee meets tomorrow. The police have the files. All of them. You wouldn't dare. But fear had replaced certainty in her eyes. I'm your mother. Yes, you are. Nathan's voice hardened. And you're going to face consequences like any other criminal. Martha laughed, high and brittle. Criminal. Everything I did for this family. To protect us. To keep us together. No. I moved between them. You did it for control. Because you'd rather destroy people than risk losing your power over them. You ungrateful, she lunged for me, but Henry caught her arm. Enough, Martha. She stared at him, betrayal raw on her face. You too. After everything we built. We. Henry's gentle voice carried through the room. You built this house of cards. I just watched it destroy everyone we loved. The police are outside, Nathan said. It's your choice how this ends. Martha looked around the room, at the family members backing away, at Henry's quiet resignation, at Nathan's resolved face. Finally, at me. You think you've won? She whispered. You think this makes you better than me? No, I said. It makes me different from you. I could have destroyed you quietly, leaked the evidence anonymously. Made you suffer like you made others suffer. But I chose justice over revenge. Justice, she spat. You stole my son. You lost him yourself. Every manipulation, every lie, every person you hurt, that was your choice. Blue lights flashed outside. Martha straightened, smoothed her dress with trembling hands. I want my lawyer, she said to the room at large. Then, to Nathan, when you realize what she's done to this family, don't expect forgiveness. As the police led her out, Henry touched my arm. The anonymous warnings, I said. That was you. He nodded. Someone had to stop her. I just wasn't brave enough to do it myself. Nathan took my hand as we watched the police car drive away. The family reunion continued behind us, voices gradually rising, secrets and stories spilling out like water through broken glass. Ready to go home? Nathan asked. I thought of Martha's perfect house, her perfect photos, her perfect lies. Of revenge and justice and the thin line between them. Yes, I said. Let's go home. The courthouse steps felt colder than they should in spring. Martha stood at the top, her designer suit replaced by something simpler, her perfect mask finally cracked beyond repair. The embezzlement charges had stuck. The unauthorized access to medical records too. 5 years, Nathan said beside me, his voice steady. With possibility of parole in 3. Martha's eyes found mine across the distance. No hatred there anymore, just something harder to name. Understanding, maybe. Or recognition. Henry waited by his car, boxes visible in the back seat. He'd sold the house last week. Bailey. Martha's voice carried down the steps. The guards paused, allowing her this final moment. Was it worth it? The question hung between us like smoke. Worth the pain, the betrayal, the destruction of a family's carefully maintained illusions. Ask me again in 5 years, I said. She nodded, as if this answered something else entirely. Then she turned to Nathan. I did love you. In my way. I know, Mom. His hand found mine. That's what made it worse. The guards led her away. I watched until the doors closed, thinking of all those mystery novels on my library shelves. How revenge never quite tastes the way you expect it to. You okay? Sophie appeared beside us, notebook in hand. The story had made her career as an investigative journalist, Martha's web of manipulation spanning decades, touching countless lives. I got a job offer, I said. Different library system. Clean slate. We're not taking it, Nathan added. Sophie raised an eyebrow. No. Running feels too much like letting her win. I watched Henry drive away, toward his new life in Arizona. Besides, someone needs to help rebuild what she broke. Rachel approached, her divorce papers finally signed. The family's gathering at my place. To talk. Really talk, maybe for the first time. She hesitated. Will you come? Nathan looked at me, waiting. 5 years ago, I would have said yes automatically, eager to prove myself worthy of acceptance. Now I understood, worthiness wasn't the point. Another time, I said. Today's for family. You are family, Rachel insisted. I know. That's why I can say no. She hugged me, whispering, thank you for being braver than the rest of us. After she left, Sophie studied my face. So what now? Happy ever after. I thought of Martha's storage unit, those meticulous files documenting decades of destruction. How thin the line between protection and control, between justice and revenge. Now we rebuild, Nathan said. Together. My phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. One last warning from Henry, she kept copies. Hidden somewhere even I couldn't find. Be careful. I deleted it without showing Nathan. Some secrets were better left buried, some battles better left unfought. I'd learned that much at least. Ready to go home? Nathan asked. Home. Not Martha's perfect house with its perfect photos and suffocating lavender. Our home, with its mismatched furniture and overflowing bookshelves. Where we could write our own story, free from manipulation and fear. Actually, I said, let's get coffee first. I want to tell you about this mystery novel I'm thinking of writing. Nathan smiled, understanding. Some stories need to be told, even if only to make sense of the ending. As we walked away, I glanced back one last time at the courthouse. Through a high window, I caught a glimpse of Martha being led down a corridor, her head held high. Still proud, still unbroken. Still teaching me, even now, about the price of victory and the weight of choices. I turned away, letting her ghost fade into memory. The spring air felt cleaner somehow, lighter. Not an ending exactly, those only exist in books. But a new chapter, waiting to be written. So, Nathan said, tell me about this novel. I squeezed his hand and began to speak, telling him about a story where justice and revenge dance together, where victory tastes of ashes and hope. Where healing comes not from forgetting the past, but from choosing to write a different future.
I stared at my phone, the screen's harsh glare burning the image into my retinas. 3 photos, each more damning than the last. My husband of 17 years, Michael, locked in an intimate embrace with a woman I didn't recognize. Her red dress matched the awning of Le Petit Jardin, our most successful restaurant. My name is Annabelle, and until 10 minutes ago, I thought I had everything figured out. Mom, where's Dad? He promised to help with my science project. Cameron's voice carried from the kitchen, yanking me back to reality. He's running late, sweetie. The lie tasted bitter. I locked my phone and slipped it into my pocket, my hands trembling slightly. I can help you instead. But he promised. The disappointment in my 14-year-old's voice cut deeper than the photos. I walked into the kitchen, where Cameron sat surrounded by papers and what looked like half of our recycling bin. His younger brother, Lucas, was sprawled on the floor, methodically arranging action figures in battle formation. What's the project about? I asked, forcing myself to focus on the present moment. Renewable energy. We're building a wind turbine. Cameron pushed his glasses up his nose, a gesture so like his father's it made my chest ache. Dad said he'd bring some materials from the restaurant supply room. Of course he did. Another promise he wouldn't keep. I gripped the kitchen counter, my knuckles white. I'll call him. The phone rang 6 times before going to voicemail. I sent a text instead. Where are you? The kids are waiting. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, stuck in meetings. Won't make it. Sorry. Meetings. Right. The timestamp on those photos was from 30 minutes ago. He's not coming, is he? Cameron's voice was flat, resigned. When had my son learned to expect disappointment? No, but my phone buzzed again. Another message, this time from an unknown number. There's more you should know. Meet me at Cafe Luna tomorrow, 2 p.m. Mom. Lucas looked up from his toys. Your face is doing that thing. What thing? The scary thing. Like when the health inspector came. I forced a smile. Everything's fine. Cameron, grab your coat. We're going to the hardware store for your project supplies. Luke, you too. We'll get ice cream after. But it's almost dinner time, Cameron protested. Then we'll have dessert first. The words came out sharper than intended. Both boys stared at me. Sometimes rules need to be broken. Like marriage vows, apparently. As I drove to the hardware store, my mind raced through the past few months. The late meetings, the business trips, the new cologne. Classic signs I'd chosen to ignore because I was too busy running our restaurant empire. Too confident in our shared success to imagine he'd risk it all. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. I ignored it until we parked. Another photo. This time, Michael was leaving a jewelry store, a small bag in his hand. The timestamp was from last week, the day before our wedding anniversary. I'd received nothing but a distracted kiss and a mumbled, "Sorry, crazy day." Mom. Cameron's voice pulled me back again. Are you okay? I looked at my sons. One so serious, one still lost in imagination, and made a decision. Michael could betray me, but he wouldn't destroy what we'd built. Not the restaurants, and certainly not our family. I'm better than okay, I said, pulling out my wallet. I'm about to teach you both something important about wind and change. I paused, meeting Cameron's worried gaze. Sometimes the strongest structures are the ones that know how to bend without breaking. I stepped out of the car, already composing a message to the unknown number. I'd be at Cafe Luna tomorrow, ready to learn exactly how much bending would be required before something, or someone, broke. The morning rush at Le Petit Jardin felt different now. Every server's smile, every clink of plates carried whispers of secrets I couldn't unhear. I checked my watch, 4 hours until my meeting at Cafe Luna. The supplier's invoice doesn't match our order again. Natalie, my childhood friend and business partner, dropped a stack of papers on my desk. Third time this month. Michael usually handles this. Michael's been handling a lot of things lately. I scrolled through the numbers on my laptop, trying to focus. Did you notice anything odd about his expenses last quarter? Natalie's pause was a fraction too long. Define odd. Never mind. I closed the laptop. I need to check something at the bank. Can you handle the lunch service? Anna. Natalie's hand caught my arm. What's really going on? Before I could answer, Cameron appeared in the doorway, still in his school uniform. Dad's assistant called. He can't make my game tonight. My son's face was carefully blank, a mask I recognized from my own mirror. I thought today was just practice. It's the championship. I told him 3 weeks ago. Cameron's voice cracked slightly. He promised he'd be there. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. I'll be there. It's not the same. He turned and walked away, leaving the door open behind him. That's the 4th promise Michael's broken this week, Natalie said quietly. 5th. I grabbed my purse. But who's counting? At the bank, the teller's sympathetic smile set off warning bells. I'm sorry, Mrs. Lawson, but I can't access those accounts without both signatures. Both signatures? These are business accounts I've managed for 15 years. The permissions were changed last week. Mr. Lawson's orders. The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet. When exactly? She checked her screen. Tuesday, 2:15 p.m. The same day as those photos. While I was teaching Lucas to ride his bike without training wheels, Michael was systematically cutting off my access to our life's work. My phone buzzed. Unknown number again. Don't go to Cafe Luna. Meet at the docks instead. Bring the USB drive from Michael's office safe. What USB drive? I drove to our flagship restaurant, Le Jardin Original, where Michael kept his main office. The safe was hidden behind a vintage wine poster, his idea of subtle. The combination was our wedding date, or at least it used to be. Wrong code. I tried his birthday. Nothing. Lucas's birthday. Cameron's. Nothing. Then I remembered the jewelry store timestamp from the photo. April 15th. The safe clicked open. Inside, beneath insurance papers and property deeds, sat a small black USB drive. As I reached for it, voices approached the office. The merger paperwork is ready. Michael's voice. Once Annabelle signs over her shares. She won't. A woman's voice. You said she's too emotionally invested in these restaurants. Everyone has a price, Jessica. Even my wife. I slipped the USB drive into my pocket just as the door opened. Michael froze, his hands still on the doorknob. Behind him stood a woman in a familiar red dress. Annabelle. Michael recovered first. What are you doing here? Apparently interrupting a merger discussion. I met the woman's, Jessica's, startled gaze. Funny, I don't recall any merger plans being presented to the board. It's preliminary, Michael said smoothly. Jessica's family owns a restaurant group out west. We're exploring opportunities. Among other things, I held up my phone, showing them the photo from yesterday. Jessica's face flushed. Michael's went cold. You're having me followed? Someone is. The question is why they want me to know. I moved toward the door. Oh, and Michael? Cameron's championship game is tonight. But you knew that, didn't you? I walked out, my heels clicking against the hardwood floors he'd insisted on installing. Behind me, I heard Jessica ask, "What championship game?" My phone buzzed again. Change of plans. Bring the drive to Dock 27 at midnight. Come alone. I touched the USB drive in my pocket, wondering what secrets it held that were worth all this cloak and dagger drama. More importantly, who was orchestrating this elaborate reveal of Michael's betrayal? One thing was certain: I had a championship game to attend first. Some promises needed to be kept, even if they weren't our own. The USB drive sat untouched on my desk while I watched Cameron's team lose the championship. Michael never showed. Now, at 11:45 p.m., I stood at Dock 27, the autumn wind carrying the scent of salt and diesel fuel. My phone buzzed, walked to the end. Look inside the blue shipping container. The container's door creaked open to reveal a makeshift office, desk, chairs, and walls plastered with photographs. My stomach lurched. Every image showed Michael and Jessica. Dinner dates, hotel meetings, intimate moments spanning months. Years. Quite the collection, isn't it? I spun around. A man emerged from the shadows, his silver hair catching the dim light. "Henry Walters," he said. "Private investigator. Your husband's been keeping me busy. You sent the photos?" "Jessica Monroe hired me 6 months ago to investigate Michael. Seems she wanted to verify his claims about being separated from his wife before investing in their partnership." He gestured at the walls. "She wasn't pleased with my findings." 6 months. My voice sounded distant, hollow. "The merger plans go back further than that." Henry handed me a folder. "Your husband's been siphoning money from your restaurants for over a year. The USB drive contains proof, transaction records, offshore accounts, shell companies." The folder held more photos. Michael at banks, in meetings with people I didn't recognize, exchanging envelopes in parking lots. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because Jessica Monroe discovered she wasn't his first affair or his first business partner to be betrayed." Henry's voice hardened. "She wants him stopped." My phone lit up with a text from Cameron. "Mom, Dad's here. He's taking stuff from his office." Luke scared. "I have to go." I shoved the folder into my bag. "Mrs. Lawson." Henry caught my arm. "There's more. The merger? It's a hostile takeover. Once it's complete, you'll lose everything. The restaurants, the houses, even custody of your children. Michael's lawyers have already drawn up the papers." I ran to my car, breaking every speed limit between the docks and home. Michael's Mercedes sat in our driveway, trunk open. Inside, Lucas huddled on the stairs while Cameron stood guard. "What's going on?" I demanded. Michael emerged from his office carrying a box. "Just collecting some personal items." At midnight, the merger meeting got moved up. He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Jessica's board wants to finalize things tomorrow." "Does her board know about the other women?" The words escaped before I could stop them. "Or just the money you've been stealing?" Michael froze. "What are you talking about?" "The USB drive in your safe. The offshore accounts. Henry Walters says hello, by the way." The box slipped from his hands, papers scattering across the floor. Among them, custody documents with my name highlighted. "You're trying to take my children?" My voice shook with rage. "They need stability." "Stability?" I laughed, the sound sharp and foreign. "Like missing Cameron's championship game? Like making Lucas cry himself to sleep because you forgot his birthday?" "Mom." Cameron's voice cracked. "Go upstairs, both of you," I said, not taking my eyes off Michael. "Pack overnight bags. We're staying at Aunt Natalie's." "You can't take them." Michael stepped forward. "I won't allow." "Like you didn't allow me access to our accounts?" I pulled out my phone. Should I call the police about the embezzlement? Or maybe the IRS would be interested in those offshore transfers. "You're bluffing." "Try me." I held up the USB drive. "I haven't looked at this yet. Want to tell me what I'll find?" Michael's face contorted. "You bitch." "Dad." Cameron stood at the top of the stairs, Lucas clutching his hand. Both boys stared at their father, seeing him clearly for the first time. Michael stepped back, straightening his tie. "This isn't over." "No," I agreed. "It's just beginning." After he left, I held my boys while they cried, their tears soaking my shirt. My phone buzzed with a text from Henry. "There's a lawyer you should meet. Thomas Reed. He specializes in cases like yours." I looked at the custody papers scattered across the floor, at the USB drive that could destroy the man I once loved, at my children's shattered innocence. "Mom," Lucas whispered, Are we going to be okay? I kissed his forehead, tasting salt. Yes, baby. We're going to be more than okay. We're going to fight back. Natalie's guest room felt like exile. 3 days of sleeping on borrowed sheets while my children whispered in the next room, trying to make sense of their shattered world. The USB drive's contents spread across my laptop screen. Transaction records, secret accounts, emails that made my stomach turn. You need to see this. Thomas Reed, the lawyer Henry recommended, placed a document on Natalie's kitchen table. Michael filed for emergency custody this morning. I scanned the papers, my coffee growing cold. He claims I'm unstable and that you're embezzling funds. Thomas's voice remained steady, professional. He's painting you as a vindictive wife manufacturing evidence to destroy him. He's using my own strategy against me. Smart move. Thomas leaned back, studying me. The judge will freeze all assets pending investigation, including your personal accounts. A door creaked upstairs. Cameron appeared, Lucas trailing behind him. They'd gotten ready for school without being asked, their small act of independence breaking my heart. Mom. Cameron held out his phone. Dad wants us to have dinner with him. And Jessica. Lucas's face crumpled. I don't want to meet her. You don't have to. The words came out sharper than intended. Thomas raised an eyebrow. Actually, he said gently, refusing could support Michael's claims about parental alienation. My fingers curled around my coffee mug, knuckles white. When? Tonight, Cameron said. At Le Petit Jardin. Our restaurant. Our first success. Now his battlefield. I'll drive you, I managed. He sent a car. Cameron wouldn't meet my eyes. It's already outside. Through Natalie's window, I saw the sleek town car idling in the driveway. Michael's power play, delivered with perfect timing. Go get ready, I said. I need to speak with Mr. Reed. Once they were upstairs, Thomas slid another document across the table. There's something else. The merger agreement? Jessica Monroe isn't the primary investor. What? Her name's being used as cover. The real money comes from Carlton Industries. The mug slipped from my hands, coffee spreading like blood across the papers. Carlton Industries, the corporation that tried to buy us out 5 years ago. Michael had called them vultures, swore we'd never sell. He's not just taking my children, I whispered. He's selling our entire legacy to the people who wanted to destroy it. Mom. Lucas stood in the doorway, backpack clutched to his chest. Are you crying? No, baby. I wiped my eyes. Just spilled my coffee. The boys left in Michael's car, Lucas looking back until they turned the corner. I watched them disappear, remembering another morning years ago, when Michael and I had sworn to build something lasting for our children. The custody hearing is Friday, Thomas said. We need to move fast. What are my options? Legal ones? Limited. But he hesitated. Henry Walters sent me something interesting about Jessica Monroe's past. Seems she has her own secrets. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Meet me at Le Petit Jardin. Back entrance. Agis. Jessica wants to meet, I said. Thomas frowned. It's probably a trap. Or an opportunity. I stood up, decision made. What time's your last appointment today? 6. Why? Because I need you to be my backup. If I'm not out by 7, call this number. I wrote down Henry's contact. And Thomas? Thank you for not telling me to take the high road. He gathered his papers, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. The high road rarely leads to justice, Mrs. Lawson. Sometimes you have to dig through the dirt to find the truth. I watched him leave, then opened my phone's gallery. A photo from 3 years ago. Michael and me at Le Petit Jardin's anniversary party, champagne glasses raised in triumph. His smile held secrets even then, I realized. I just hadn't wanted to see them. Time to stop playing defense. Michael thought he could use our children as pawns? Fine. But he'd forgotten who taught him how to play chess in the first place. I texted Jessica back. See you at 6. Le Petit Jardin's back entrance still smelled of garlic and rosemary. Jessica Monroe waited in the shadows, her red dress replaced by a tailored black suit that screamed corporate takeover. Your children seem sweet, she said. Cameron has your eyes. My hand tightened on my purse. Skip the small talk. Why am I here? Because Michael's lying to both of us. She pulled out a tablet. Carlton Industries didn't approach him. He approached them. 6 months before he met me. The security light flickered, casting strange shadows across her face. Why should I believe you? Because I just lost $30 million investing in a lie. She handed me the tablet. And because he's meeting with their board right now, selling them controlling interest in all our properties, including mine. Email trails, meeting minutes, transaction records, all documenting Michael's systematic betrayal of everyone who trusted him. You were never his partner. I was his mark. Jessica's laugh held no humor. Just like you. A text lit up my phone, Cameron. Dad's taking us to Carlton Industries' office. Says we need to meet important people. He's using our children as props, I said, my voice hollow. To seal the deal. There's more. Jessica glanced over her shoulder. Carlton plans to liquidate everything. The restaurants, the properties. All of it. They'll strip the assets and fire everyone. 17 years of work. Hundreds of employees. Our children's inheritance. All being dismantled in a boardroom while Michael paraded our sons like show ponies. I have a proposition, Jessica said. One that could save everything. I'm listening. I have proof of Michael's fraud. Recordings, documents. Enough to stop the sale and put him away. She paused. But I need your help to use it. What's the catch? We have to act tonight. And she hesitated. It'll destroy him completely. Your sons will lose their father. My phone buzzed again. A photo from Lucas. Him and Cameron in Carlton's lobby, Michael's hand on their shoulders, his smile triumphant. They've already lost their father, I said. They just don't know it yet. Jessica nodded. Meet me at Thomas Reed's office in an hour. Bring the USB drive. Why Thomas? Because he's not just a divorce lawyer. He specializes in corporate fraud. She smiled grimly. And he's been building a case against Carlton Industries for years. I left through the kitchen, passing the spot where Michael and I first kissed, where we celebrated our first Michelin star, where Cameron took his first steps. Each memory felt like a knife now. Thomas was waiting outside his office, jacket discarded, sleeves rolled up. Jessica called. You ready for this? No, I admitted. But I'm doing it anyway. Inside, spread across his conference table, lay the ruins of my marriage and the blueprint for Michael's destruction. Jessica's evidence, combined with the USB drive and Thomas's Carlton Industries investigation, painted a picture of corruption that went beyond simple betrayal. Once we file these papers, Thomas said, there's no going back. Michael will face criminal charges. The press will be brutal. My phone lit up one last time. A message from Cameron, Mom, something feels wrong. Dad's acting strange. Can you come get us? Make the calls, I told Thomas. But first, I need to get my children. Anna. He caught my arm. Be careful. Michael's desperate. Desperate people. Do desperate things? I pulled away. I know. I'm about to do something desperate myself. I texted Cameron back. On my way. Stay in the lobby. Jessica watched me gather my things. You know this isn't just about revenge anymore, right? It never was. I met her gaze. It's about justice. And protecting what matters. As I drove toward Carlton Industries, my rearview mirror showed Le Petit Jardin's lights going dark. Our first restaurant, where we'd built our dreams. By morning, those dreams would be ashes. But from them, something new would rise. Something stronger. Something honest. Something worth fighting for. Carlton Industries' lobby gleamed with cold marble and colder ambition. Cameron and Lucas weren't there. Instead, Michael waited by the elevator, his smile sharp as broken glass. They're upstairs, he said, signing some papers. They're minors. They can't sign anything. No, but you can. He held up a manila envelope. Full custody, control of all assets, everything you want. Just sign over your shares to Carlton. My phone buzzed. Thomas. Don't sign anything. Jessica found something big. Stall him. Where are my children, Michael? Safe. With people who understand business. The elevator opened. Shall we? The ride up felt endless. Through the glass walls, the city sparkled like scattered diamonds. Our restaurants were out there, lights still burning, staff still serving, unaware their world was ending. The boardroom door opened to reveal Carlton's CEO, Richard Barnes, with our sons. Lucas clutched Cameron's hand, both boys pale under the fluorescent lights. "Mom," Cameron started. "Quiet," Michael snapped. Lucas flinched. "Mrs. Lawson." Barnes gestured to a chair. "Let's discuss the future of your family's legacy. Let my children leave first. They stay." Michael's voice had an edge I'd never heard before. "Sign the papers, Anna. Don't make this harder." My phone vibrated again. "Jessica, don't sign. Evidence of kidnapping plot. FBI involved. Thomas calling now. You were going to take them, weren't you?" The realization hit like ice water. "After the sale. That's why you filed for emergency custody." Michael's smile slipped. "You always were too clever." "Dad." Cameron's voice cracked. "What's he talking about?" "A fresh start," Michael said. "Away from all this mess. Away from her." The boardroom phone rang. Barnes answered, his face darkening. "What do you mean, federal agents?" Chaos erupted. Michael lunged for the papers. Cameron grabbed Lucas, pulling him toward the door. Barnes shouted into the phone. "Stop them," Michael ordered, but I was already moving, placing myself between my children and the men who thought they could buy them. "It's over," I said. "The FBI has everything. The fraud, the embezzlement, the custody plot. Jessica gave them all of it." Michael's laugh turned ugly. "Jessica? My Jessica? She wouldn't." "Your Jessica?" A new voice cut through the chaos. Jessica stood in the doorway, flanked by federal agents. "I was never yours, Michael. Just like these restaurants were never just yours. You forgot the cardinal rule of business. Never underestimate your partner," I finished. The agents moved in. Michael's face contorted with rage. "You'll regret this. All of you." You'll what?" Thomas appeared behind Jessica, his usual calm replaced by cold fury. "Threaten your children again? Add witness intimidation to your charges." Lucas broke free, running to me. Cameron followed, his teenage composure finally cracking. I held them both as the agents read Michael his rights, as Barnes was led away in handcuffs, as our world shifted on its axis once again. "Mom," Lucas whispered against my shirt. "Is it really over?" I met Jessica's eyes over their heads. She nodded slightly, holding up her phone. On the screen, headlines were already breaking. Carlton Industries CEO arrested in fraud scheme. Restaurant empire saved by whistleblowers. "Almost," I told him. "We just have to be brave a little longer." Later, in Thomas's office, surrounded by federal agents and paperwork, Cameron asked the question I'd been dreading. "Will we ever see Dad again?" The answer stuck in my throat. How do you tell your children their father chose greed over them? That he'd planned to steal them away, destroy everything we'd built, all for power and pride? "Your father made some bad choices," Thomas said gently. "But that doesn't erase the good memories. It just means we have to make new ones." My phone lit up one last time. "Natalie, the restaurants are packed. Everyone's talking about how you saved them. When are you coming home?" Home. Not to the house Michael and I had shared, but to the restaurants where our dream began, where our children grew up, where, perhaps, we could build something new from the ashes of betrayal. Soon, I texted back. "We're all coming home soon." The prison visiting room smelled of industrial cleaner and desperation. Michael sat across from me, orange jumpsuit stark against his pale skin. 3 weeks in custody had stripped away his polished veneer. "The prosecutors offered a deal," I said, sliding the document across the table. "Sign over your shares, testify against Carlton Industries, and they'll recommend reduced sentencing." His laugh held no humor. "So you get everything? The restaurants, the children, the legacy." "Our children aren't assets, Michael. They never were." "No." He leaned forward. "Then why bring the deal yourself? Why not let the lawyers handle it?" "Because Cameron asked me to." The words hung between us. "He wants to understand why." Michael's facade cracked slightly. "How are they?" "Lucas has nightmares. Cameron's in therapy. They both miss their father, but they're afraid of the man he became." "The man I became?" His voice sharpened. "I became exactly what you wanted. Successful, powerful, unstoppable. I wanted a partner. A father for our children. Not." I gestured at the prison walls. "A criminal?" He smiled, that familiar sharp-edged grin. "Check your text messages." My phone buzzed on cue. An unknown number. The offshore accounts weren't all his. Check the dates. What is this? Insurance. Michael sat back. You really think I acted alone? That sweet Jessica wasn't playing both sides? That your precious Thomas Reed's hands are clean? The guard stepped closer, sensing tension. You're lying, I said, but doubt crept in. We have proof. You have what we wanted you to have. Another text lit up my phone. Restaurant inspection records, dated before our marriage. Health code violations, buried bribes. That's right, Michael whispered. Our empire was built on fraud from the beginning. Your signature's on those early papers too, Anna. How long before someone connects the dots? My hands shook. The children. We'll lose both parents instead of one. He pushed the plea deal away. Unless we protect each other. Like we used to. The guard called time. I stood, legs unsteady. Think about it, Michael said. You have 24 hours before I tell the prosecutors everything. Including your role in the early days. Outside, Thomas waited by the car. Are you okay? You look pale. My phone buzzed again. Another text, this time with proof. My signature on falsified documents from 15 years ago. Documents I'd signed without reading, trusting Michael's guidance. Anna, Thomas touched my arm. Take me to Jessica's office, I said. Now. Jessica was waiting, her office view of the city as impressive as ever. He told you. You knew. It wasn't a question. Of course I knew. Why do you think I helped you? She poured 3 drinks. The question is, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing to do, Thomas said. The statute of limitations doesn't apply to ongoing fraud. Jessica handed me a drink. Which is why we need to end this. Tonight. My phone lit up one final time. Michael again, last chance. Protection or destruction? Your choice. I thought of Cameron's therapy sessions, Lucas's nightmares, the staff who trusted us, the legacy we'd built on lies. No more deals, I said. No more secrets. You'll lose everything, Jessica warned. No. I pulled out my own file, documents I'd gathered after that first anonymous photo, insurance of my own. We all will. Unless we do this right. Thomas read the file, his eyes widening. This would implicate everyone. Carlton Industries, the health department, the banks. The whole corrupt system, I finished. Clean slate or no slate. Jessica studied me. You'd sacrifice everything you built? I'd sacrifice everything we stole. I met her gaze. For a chance to build something real. My phone buzzed. Michael's last attempt. Don't do this. I typed back 3 words. Watch me burn. Then I called the prosecutors, ready to tell the whole truth, not just Michael's version. Sometimes justice means burning everything down to build it back right. Sometimes revenge means letting go of who you were to become who you need to be. Le Petit Jardin's kitchen hummed with familiar chaos, pots clanging, orders flying, flames leaping. I stood in the doorway, watching our staff prepare for tonight's reopening. The health inspector signed off on everything, Natalie said, handing me the paperwork. Clean slate. Clean slate. The words echoed from 6 months of investigations, testimonies, and rebuilding. The prosecutors had called it a landmark case in corporate fraud. The papers called it the restaurant empire's fall. Cameron called it finally telling the truth. Mom. Lucas tugged at my sleeve. Can I help plate the desserts? Ask Chef Marcus. I smiled as my youngest raced off, his fear of kitchens apparently cured by weekly cooking lessons with our new head chef. The reporters are gathering outside, Thomas warned, appearing at my side. Ready? Almost. I checked my phone one last time. A message from Jessica. Signed the last deposition. It's done. The investigation had revealed everything. Every bribe, every falsified inspection, every corrupt deal spanning 2 decades. Michael hadn't been wrong about one thing. The rot went deep. But he'd been wrong about me. They're calling you a whistleblower hero, Cameron said, adjusting his new server's apron. At 14, he'd insisted on working the reopening. Heroes don't participate in fraud for 15 years, I replied. No, he agreed. But they stop it when they realize the truth. The dining room filled quickly. Loyal customers, food critics, even some former employees who'd left during Michael's reign. They all wanted to see what would rise from the ashes of scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, I addressed the crowd. Welcome to the truth, where every ingredient, every inspection, every practice is transparent. Cameras flashed. Someone asked about Michael's sentencing next week. Another about the industry-wide reforms our case had triggered. The truth, I continued, is that success built on lies poisons everything it touches. Tonight isn't about revenge or redemption. It's about starting over. About teaching our children that it's never too late to choose integrity. Later, after the last customer left, I found Cameron and Lucas sitting at the bar with Thomas and his daughter Ella, sharing stories about the night's service. Did you see that food critic's face when Lucas explained the sustainable sourcing? Cameron laughed. Did you see Mom's face when that reporter asked if she missed the old restaurants? Lucas countered. I saw everything, I said, joining them. Including you switching tables with Sarah when that difficult customer came in. Cameron blushed. She's better with complaints than I am. That's called knowing your strengths. Thomas smiled. Speaking of which, he slid a newspaper across the bar. The headline read, Restaurant Reform Bill Passes. Industry Leaders Credit Loss in Case. Your testimony changed things, he said quietly. Not just for us. My phone buzzed one final time. An unknown number. You destroyed everything we built. No, Michael. We destroyed what we stole. I'm building something real. I deleted the message without responding. Through the windows, dawn painted the sky in shades of possibility. The breakfast crew would arrive soon, ready to start another honest day's work. Mom. Lucas yawned. Can we stay? I want to learn how to make those special pancakes. The ones your father used to make? He shook his head. New ones. Our own recipe. I looked at my sons, Cameron teaching Ella how to properly fold napkins, Lucas sketching pancake designs on a napkin, at Thomas, who'd show me that love could be built on truth instead of ambition. At our new restaurant, smaller than the empire we'd lost but built on stronger foundations. New recipes sound perfect, I said. The morning light streamed through windows we'd uncovered during renovation, hidden behind years of false walls and fake reviews. Like truth, it illuminated everything, the scars and the beauty, the endings and beginnings. I picked up Lucas's sketch, adding my own notes in the margin. Together, we'd create something that would feed more than ambition, something that would nourish the soul, something real. The kitchen doors swung open. Another day began. This time we'd do it right.
The first contraction hit as Dr. Collins adjusted the fetal monitor. Through the haze of pain, I watched my husband Travis pace near the window, his phone screen glowing against his face. Another wave of pain crashed through me, and I gripped the metal rails of the hospital bed until my knuckles went white. Almost there, Mabel, Dr. Collins said, his voice steady and familiar. The baby's heartbeat is perfect. I nodded, too focused on breathing to respond. 12 hours of labor had stripped away any pretense of dignity, but I didn't care. Our daughter was coming, and nothing else mattered. Travis kept pacing, his footsteps marking time between contractions. He hadn't looked at me once in the past hour, but I blamed it on nerves. First time father jitters, I told myself. The same reason he'd been distant these past few months. Push, Mabel. Push now. The world narrowed to a pinpoint of pain and pressure. I screamed, pushed, and suddenly, there she was. Perfect. Beautiful. Real. Congratulations, Dr. Collins said, placing her on my chest. She's absolutely healthy. I counted her tiny fingers through tears, memorizing every detail of her face. Travis, come see her. Come meet our daughter. He didn't move. Travis? When he finally turned, his face was hard, unrecognizable. I want a DNA test. The room went silent. Even the machines seemed to hold their breath. What did you say? My voice came out as a whisper. You heard me. He stepped closer, jaw clenched. I want a paternity test. Now. The nurse froze, hands hovering over the blanket she'd been about to wrap around the baby. Dr. Collins straightened, his expression darkening. Travis, this isn't the time or place, Dr. Collins started. It's exactly the time and place. Travis cut him off, his voice rising. Before any paperwork gets filed. Before any names go on birth certificates. I clutched our daughter closer, my body trembling. How dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare I? He laughed, a hollow sound that echoed off the sterile walls. You're gone all hours with your cousin Sam. Always at his house, always having dinner with him and Emily. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Their family, I choked out. They've been there for me while you've been working late every night for months. Working late? He sneered. Is that what you tell yourself I've been doing? The implications hit me like a physical blow. My arms tightened around my daughter, as pieces clicked into place. The late nights. The hidden phone calls. The growing distance. Get out. My voice was steel. Not until I get that test. Dr. Collins stepped between us. Mr. Thompson, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Now. Travis's face twisted. You can't stop me from demanding a paternity test. It's my right. Your rights don't include traumatizing my patient minutes after delivery. Dr. Collins's tone left no room for argument. Leave voluntarily, or I'll have security escort you out. Travis's gaze locked with mine over Dr. Collins's shoulder. This isn't over. You're right, I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. It's just beginning. He stormed out, leaving behind the acrid taste of betrayal and the first seeds of rage. I looked down at my daughter, peaceful despite the chaos around her, and made a silent promise. Whatever game Travis was playing, whatever his real motives were, he would regret this moment for the rest of his life. I would make sure of it. 3 days after bringing Sophie home, I found Travis's wedding ring on the bathroom counter. He hadn't worn it to work, hadn't even bothered hiding that fact anymore. The gold band sat there like a taunt, catching morning light through the window. I picked it up, feeling its weight, so much heavier than it looked. Behind me, Sophie's soft coos drifted from the nursery monitor. The sound steadied me, kept me from hurling the ring through the window like I wanted to. The front door clicked open downstairs. Travis's footsteps, too light, like he was trying to sneak in. I pocketed the ring and went to meet him. He froze at the foot of the stairs, briefcase in hand, tie loosened. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, but his shirt was freshly pressed. Someone had taken care to iron out every wrinkle. Where were you? I asked. Working late. Big merger coming up. The lie rolled off his tongue smooth as honey. I crashed at the office. Funny. I called the office at midnight. No answer. His jaw tightened. I was in the conference room. Phone was on silent. The cleaning crew said you left at 6. You're having me followed now? Just connecting dots, you're leaving everywhere. I pulled out his ring. Like this one. Color drained from his face, but he recovered quickly. I took it off to shower. 3 days ago? What do you want from me, Mabel? His voice rose, sharp edges cutting through the quiet house. Sophie started crying upstairs. I want the truth. I want to know why you're destroying our family before it's even started. There you go again, making everything dramatic. He set down his briefcase, straightened his tie. I'm working to provide for that baby you're so sure is mine. The casual cruelty of it stole my breath. Get out. This is my house too. The house my father's life insurance paid for? That house. I stepped closer, voice low and steady. The one you convinced me to put only in your name because of some bullshit about tax benefits? Something flickered in his eyes, surprise, maybe fear. He hadn't expected me to remember that detail. You should be grateful, he said. I've given you everything. No. You've taken everything. But you won't take her. Sophie's cries grew louder. I'm calling a lawyer tomorrow. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. With what money? Your part-time salary? The savings you don't have access to anymore? Ice spread through my veins. What did you say? Check the accounts if you don't believe me. He picked up his briefcase, straightened his shoulders. I'm going to shower. We can discuss this like adults when you've calmed down. I watched him climb the stairs, each step deliberate and controlled. The moment he was out of sight, I grabbed my phone, logged into our joint account. 0 balance. Savings account? Access denied. Credit card? Declined. My hands shook as I called Sam. He answered on the first ring. I need help, I whispered, afraid Travis might hear. He's taken everything. Stay there. Emily and I are coming over. No, I need to leave. Now. While he's in the shower. I was already moving, grabbing Sophie's diaper bag. Can you meet me somewhere? Our place. I'll call Dr. Collins too, he should know what's happening. Thank you. I paused at Sophie's door, hearing the shower running down the hall. Sam? There's something else. The house. I think he's been planning this for months. We'll figure it out, Mabel. Just get yourself and Sophie out safely. I ended the call, scooped up my still-crying daughter, and grabbed her ready-packed overnight bag, the one I'd prepared 2 days ago when I first suspected things might come to this. As I strapped Sophie into her car seat, I caught movement in the upstairs window. Travis stood there, watching, phone pressed to his ear. His face was blank, unreadable, a stranger's face. I drove away without looking back, but his expression burned in my mind. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't angry. He looked satisfied. Like everything was going according to plan. But he'd forgotten something crucial. I wasn't the same woman he'd married. That woman died in the delivery room 3 days ago, replaced by someone with nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. Sam's dining room table disappeared under stacks of financial documents and printed emails. Emily paced behind him, bouncing Sophie while scanning bank statements over his shoulder. Dr. Collins sat across from me, his expression growing darker with each page he reviewed. He's been siphoning money for months, Sam said, tapping his laptop screen. Small amounts at first, then larger transfers starting about 6 weeks ago. Right around when he started demanding that DNA test. I traced the edge of a bank statement, numbers blurring together. Where's it all going? That's the interesting part. Sam turned his laptop toward me. Multiple accounts, all under different business names. But look at the registered address. I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. Wait. That's his mother's old house. The one that's been empty since she died. Empty, but not unused. Emily stopped pacing. I drove by yesterday. There's a car in the driveway, red BMW, new model. Something clicked. The woman I saw him with last month. At that coffee shop across town. My throat tightened. She was driving a red BMW. Dr. Collins cleared his throat. Mabel, there's something else you should know. He slid a document across the table. Travis came to my office yesterday, demanding Sophie's medical records. When I refused, he threatened to sue the hospital. He can't do that, Emily said. Can he? He's trying to build a case, Sam muttered, fingers flying over his keyboard. Make it look like Mabel's an unfit mother. Classic misdirection. My phone buzzed, another text from Travis's lawyer. Third one today. I ignored it. Got it. Sam's voice sharpened. Natalie James. 28. Works at Travis's firm as a junior partner. Started there 8 months ago. The room spun slightly. 8 months. Right when everything started changing. There's more, Sam continued. She just bought a house. Guess who co-signed the mortgage? Before I could answer, Sophie started wailing. Emily handed her to me, and I breathed in her baby scent, letting it anchor me. He's not just having an affair, I said quietly. He's building a whole new life. While systematically destroying yours, Dr. Collins added. The timing's too perfect. This was planned. My phone buzzed again. This time, I looked. They're filing for emergency custody, I whispered. Claiming I'm mentally unstable and fled with Sophie against court orders. My hands started shaking. There aren't any court orders. Not yet, Sam said grimly. But there will be. He's trying to force you back home where he can control the narrative. Dr. Collins stood abruptly. I need to make some calls. That DNA test he's demanding? I think I know who's handling it at the lab. We need to make sure it's done properly. It won't matter, I said. She's his. He knows she's his. This isn't about Sophie at all. Emily sat beside me, her hand warm on my shoulder. What do you mean? The house. The money. The girlfriend. I looked down at Sophie, now sleeping peacefully. He needed a reason to leave that made him look like the victim. What better way than accusing your pregnant wife of cheating? Sam's typing stopped. The insurance money. Your father's house. He can't touch either if he's the one who leaves you. But if I'm unfaithful? If I'm unstable? The pieces fell into place like a perverse puzzle. He gets everything. Not everything, Dr. Collins said from the doorway. He doesn't get the truth. He pulled out his phone. And I think it's time we shared that with Miss James. No. I stood, decision crystallizing. Not yet. First, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Sam, can you trace those accounts? Find out what he's really doing with the money? Already on it. Emily, that BMW, think you could get its license plate? Maybe follow it? She smiled. I knew those stalking skills from my single days would come in handy. Dr. Collins? I turned to him. I need one more favor. He nodded. Name it. Help me protect Sophie. Whatever happens next, she needs to be safe. You have my word. He paused. Your father would be proud, Mabel. He always said you were stronger than anyone knew. I looked around the room at these people who'd become my fortress, then down at my daughter, the one pure thing in this mess of lies. Travis wants to play games? I said softly. Fine. Let's play. The courthouse loomed gray and imposing in the morning light. I adjusted Sophie's carrier, her warm weight against my chest the only thing keeping me steady. Emily squeezed my hand as we climbed the steps, Sam and Dr. Collins flanking us like guards. Remember, Sam whispered, let the lawyer do the talking. The emergency custody hearing. Travis's latest move in a game I was only beginning to understand. We pushed through heavy doors into fluorescent-lit halls that smelled of dust and desperation. Travis stood outside courtroom 3, designer suit pristine, talking quietly with a woman I didn't recognize. When he saw us, his expression shifted, something predatory flickering behind the professional mask. Mabel. He stepped forward, voice dripping concern. You're looking tired. Maybe this could have been avoided if you'd just come home. Before I could respond, Dr. Collins moved between us. Save it for the judge, Mr. Thompson. The woman beside Travis cleared her throat. Dr. Collins. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Miss James, I presume? Dr. Collins's voice carried just enough volume to echo. Interesting choice of venue for your first meeting with Travis's wife. The woman, Natalie, paled. Her eyes darted between Travis and Sophie, realization dawning in slow, horrible waves. Wife? She took a step back. You said you were separated. That the baby? Natalie, not now. Travis grabbed her elbow, but she yanked away. You said she cheated. That the baby wasn't yours. That's why she stopped, hand flying to her mouth. The corridor fell silent. Even Sophie, usually fussy in crowds, seemed to hold her breath. That's why you what? Emily's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Natalie looked at Travis, then at me, then down at her own stomach. The gesture was unconscious, instinctive, and devastating in its implications. Oh God, I whispered. Travis's lawyer appeared, trying to hustle everyone into the courtroom, but the damage was done. I watched Natalie flee down the hallway, heels clicking against marble, leaving behind the wreckage of her revelation. Inside the courtroom, Travis's lawyer painted me as unstable, paranoid, a flight risk. Presented evidence of my supposed affair with Sam. Demanded immediate return of Sophie to the family home, to Travis's custody. Our lawyer countered with bank records, Dr. Collins's testimony about Travis's behavior at the hospital. Evidence of his systematic financial abuse. But it was Natalie's unplanned appearance, an unspoken confession, that changed everything. The judge denied Travis's emergency petition. Granted me temporary full custody. Ordered Travis to restore access to our accounts pending a full hearing. This isn't over, Travis hissed as we left the courtroom. You have no idea what you're dealing with. I turned to face him, really looked at him for the first time since Sophie's birth. The man I'd married was gone, replaced by someone I never really knew. You're right, I said quietly. It's not over. Because now I know why you needed that DNA test. Why you needed me to be the villain in your story. I adjusted Sophie's carrier, making sure Travis could see her face, his face, in miniature. You needed an escape plan before your new baby arrives. Before anyone could question the timing. He flinched. Actually flinched. Mabel. Sam's voice, urgent. We need to go. Now. In the parking lot, Emily grabbed my arm. Look. Natalie stood by Travis's car, phone in hand, scrolling through what looked like photos. Even from a distance, I could see her hands shaking. Think she's finding out the truth? Emily asked. She's finding out his truth, I corrected. The same lies he told me, probably. The same promises. Sam checked his phone. My contact at the firm just confirmed Natalie's been promoted to full partner. Youngest in the company's history. Just like Travis promised me that house would be in both our names. I watched Natalie drop her phone, saw her shoulders start to shake. He's not just building a new life. He's recreating his old one. With upgrades. Dr. Collins joined us, carrying a thick envelope. The DNA results you never asked for, but Travis demanded. Proof Sophie is his, not that you needed it. No, I said, watching Travis rush to Natalie, trying to explain, to control the situation just like he'd done with me. But I think I know someone who might want to see them. I took the envelope, made a decision. Emily, still got Natalie's license plate? She nodded. Good. Because I think it's time she learned exactly what kind of man she's carrying a child for. The coffee shop was empty except for Natalie, who sat in the corner booth, both hands wrapped around a cooling mug. Her designer blazer couldn't hide the slight swell of her stomach. 3 months, maybe 4. I slid into the seat across from her, placed Sophie's carrier beside me. Natalie's eyes fixed on my daughter's sleeping face. She looks like him, she whispered. That's why he wanted the DNA test. To create doubt. I pulled out the envelope Dr. Collins had given me. But there isn't any. Her fingers trembled as she opened it, scanning the results. He told me you trapped him. That the baby wasn't his. She looked up, eyes red-rimmed. He said a lot of things. About the house in his mother's name? I watched her flinch. The joint accounts you opened together? How did you? Because he did the same thing to me. Different house, different accounts, same promises. Sam's text lit up my phone, files downloaded. You were right about the offshore accounts. He's been moving money, I said, sliding my phone across the table. Look at the dates. Natalie scrolled through Sam's findings, color draining from her face. These transfers. They started right after I told him about, she pressed a hand to her stomach. Right after he started accusing me of cheating. I kept my voice steady. Right after he convinced you to sign those partnership papers. The papers that made him my supervising partner. Understanding dawned in her eyes. The ones that give him control over my cases, my clients. Your billable hours? Your partnership track? The pieces clicked together as I spoke them. Everything you've worked for? Her phone buzzed, Travis's face lighting up the screen. She silenced it with shaking hands. There's more, I said quietly. Dr. Collins found something in the hospital records. Something Travis tried to hide. Before I could continue, the coffee shop door chimed. Travis strode in, all polished confidence until he saw us together. His mask slipped for just a second, long enough to reveal raw panic. Natalie, don't listen to her. He reached for her arm. She's unstable, remember? The court documents prove it. The ones your lawyer fabricated? I stood slowly. Or the ones Dr. Collins is submitting to the medical board about your attempted tampering with hospital records? You're lying. But his voice wavered. About the vasectomy you had 3 years ago? The words hit him like physical blows. The one you got right after telling me you wanted to start a family? Natalie made a small, broken sound. What? Check his medical records, I said, never taking my eyes off Travis. The ones Dr. Collins found when you demanded Sophie's DNA test. Funny how that worked out, isn't it? Travis lunged for my phone on the table, but Natalie was faster. She clutched it to her chest, backing away from him. Don't, she whispered. Don't you dare. Baby, let me explain. Like you explained about being married? Her voice rose. About the house? The accounts? About being physically incapable of fathering my child? The coffee shop had gone silent. Even Sophie slept on, oblivious to the destruction unfolding around her. Who is it? Natalie's question cut through the quiet. Which of my clients did you push me to work late with? Was it all just part of your plan? Travis's face hardened. You ungrateful bitch. Both of you. After everything I've given you. Given? I laughed, the sound sharp enough to make him step back. You've only taken. From both of us. But here's what you didn't count on. I nodded to the window where Sam stood, phone raised, recording everything. We're not playing your game anymore. Natalie straightened, wiped her eyes. I want a full audit of my cases. And a paternity test. She grabbed her bag. And Travis? My father's still on the ethics board. Thought you should know that. She walked out, head high, leaving Travis standing there as his carefully constructed world began to crumble. I gathered Sophie's carrier, paused beside him. You wanted a DNA test so badly? Congratulations. You just destroyed yourself with one. His response was lost in the sound of police sirens approaching, right on schedule, thanks to Sam's evidence of financial fraud. Sometimes, I realized, the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about getting free. The police station's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across Travis's face as they led him away in handcuffs. Financial fraud. Evidence tampering. Attempted coercion. The charges kept mounting, but I felt hollow inside, watching his destruction unfold. Mrs. Thompson? A detective appeared beside me, holding a stack of files. We found something else you should see. I followed her to an interview room, leaving Sophie with Emily in the waiting area. Sam and Dr. Collins were already inside, faces grim. There were other women, the detective said, spreading photos across the table. Before you. Before Natalie. Each photo told the same story, different women, same pattern. Houses in his mother's name. Joint accounts drained dry. Lives systematically dismantled. He's done this before? My voice sounded distant, strange. 3 times. Sam picked up one photo. All professional women. All pregnant when he left. The children? None were his. Dr. Collins's voice was gentle. The vasectomy was 9 years ago, not 3. Everything was a lie, Mabel. From the very beginning. The room tilted sideways. I gripped the table edge, bile rising in my throat. But Sophie is yours, Dr. Collins said quickly. The DNA test proved that. But Travis isn't her father. Memory hit like a physical blow, that Christmas party last year. The drink that tasted strange. The morning I couldn't quite remember. Oh God. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. He planned it. All of it. We found these in his private email. The detective slid over printed messages. He tracked your fertility cycle. Arranged everything. Why? The question burned like acid. Your father's insurance policy. Sam's hands clenched into fists. The one that only pays out to biological grandchildren. The room spun faster. Travis hadn't just betrayed me, he'd violated me in the most fundamental way possible. Used my body, my child, my entire life as pawns in his scheme. Mrs. Thompson? The detective's voice seemed to come from far away. There's more. Your house. It's been sold. What? This morning. Before we arrested him. The money's already been transferred offshore. I thought of Sophie's nursery. The garden I'd planted. My father's old desk in the study. All gone. He can't. The deed was only in his name, Sam said softly. You have 72 hours to vacate. A laugh bubbled up, harsh, hysterical. So that's it? He wins? Takes everything and walks away? Not everything, Dr. Collins said. Not Sophie. A child he arranged to create? My voice cracked. Using methods that we can't prove without destroying her life? What kind of mother am I, bringing her into this nightmare? Emily appeared in the doorway, Sophie fussing in her arms. The kind who'll protect her. The kind who'll make sure she never knows how she was conceived, only how fiercely she's loved. I reached for my daughter, but my legs gave out. Sam caught me before I hit the floor. We have enough to put him away for the fraud, the detective said. The other charges would mean telling Sophie the truth someday. I pulled myself up, steel replacing the weakness in my spine. No. He doesn't get to destroy her too. Mabel, Sam started. No. I stood straighter, decision crystallizing. He wanted to play with lives? Create children for profit? Fine. Let's see how he likes it when the game changes. What are you thinking? Emily asked. I took Sophie from her, breathed in my daughter's sweet baby scent. Dr. Collins, you said there were other women? Other children? He nodded slowly. Find them. My voice was steady now, cold. All of them. Every woman he's destroyed, every child he's tried to use. Let's show Travis what happens when his victims stop being victims. And become what? Sam asked quietly. I thought of Travis in handcuffs, still smirking like he had a secret escape plan. Still thinking he was the smartest person in the room. Survivors, I said. We become survivors. And then we become his worst nightmare. Sophie grabbed my finger, squeezed tight. In that grip, I felt strength returning. Travis thought he'd broken me, but he'd only shown me what I was capable of. Sometimes rock bottom isn't an ending. Sometimes it's just the foundation you build your revenge upon. The prison visiting room smelled of industrial cleaner and desperation. Travis sat across from me, orange jumpsuit stark against his pale skin, that familiar smirk still playing at his lips. Come to gloat? He leaned back, trying to project confidence despite the handcuffs. No. I placed a manila envelope on the table between us. Come to make a deal. His eyes narrowed. I'm already facing 15 years. What could you possibly offer? Names. I slid 3 photographs across the table. Rachel Stevens. Maria Delgado. Sarah Chin. The smirk vanished. Your previous victims, I continued. All successful women. All with children they raised alone. All with stories remarkably similar to mine. Prove it. But his voice wavered. They're in the next room. Along with Natalie. I tapped the envelope. And documentation of every account you've hidden offshore. Every property you've transferred. Every lie you've told. He lunged forward, but the chains caught him. You're bluffing. Rachel's daughter just turned 9. Maria's son is 7. Sarah's twins are 5. I met his gaze steadily. Want to guess what they all have in common? Understanding dawned in his eyes. You can't prove anything. DNA doesn't lie, Travis. Not when it shows all 4 children share the same father. I pushed another document forward. Your medical records. The vasectomy reversal you had before each marriage. The fertility tracking. The drugs found in my system from last Christmas. His mask cracked. What do you want? Everything. The house. The accounts. The trust fund you set up for your future children. I leaned closer. Sign it all over, or every prosecutor in every state where you committed fraud gets these files. You'd do that? He sneered. Let everyone know how your precious daughter was conceived. Sophie will know she was born from love. My love. The rest? I shrugged. Just proves what a monster you are. They'll never believe you. Already have. Sam's voice came from behind me as he entered with Dr. Collins. The DA's very interested in pattern recognition. Especially when it involves premeditated assault. And medical board ethics violations, Dr. Collins added, placing more files on the table. Falsified records. Coerced procedures. It's quite a list. Travis's eyes darted between us, calculating. I'll still have my practice when I get out. My reputation is already gone. Natalie stepped into the room, followed by 3 women I recognized from the photos. We're done being silent. All of us, Rachel said. Every single one, Maria added. Sarah placed her hands on my shoulders. Together. Travis slumped, defeat finally reaching his eyes. You've destroyed everything I built. No. I stood, gathering the files. You did that yourself. We're just making sure you can't build it again. The papers are ready, Sam said. Sign them, and we keep the worst of it quiet. Refuse. He gestured to the women around the room. We all go public. Travis's hand shook as he signed, his signature a broken version of its usual flourish. Congratulations, he spat. You got your revenge. This isn't revenge. I gathered Sophie's carrier from where Emily waited by the door. This is justice. For every woman you hurt. Every child you tried to use. And this? He nodded at Sophie, one last attempt to wound. How will you explain her existence? With pride. I lifted my daughter, let her presence strengthen me. Because she'll grow up knowing she saved not just me, but all of us. Your attempt to create the perfect victim created something else instead. What's that? A family. I turned to the women who'd become my sisters in survival. One you'll never understand or destroy. We left him there, broken and alone, his carefully constructed world of lies finally shattered. In the hallway, our children waited, for innocent lives he'd tried to use as pawns, now bound together by something stronger than DNA. Ready? Emily asked, holding the door. I looked at my newfound family, saw our shared strength reflected in each face. Yes. We all are. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying your enemy. It's about building something beautiful from the ruins they left behind. The key clicked in my father's old desk, now sitting in the corner of my new home office. Inside, the manila envelope waited, final divorce papers, court documents, newspaper clippings about Travis's sentencing. A life dismantled, documented in cold legal terms. Sophie's laughter drifted through the open window, mixed with the voices of Rachel's daughter and Maria's son playing in the backyard. Sarah's twins had already gone home, but their artwork still decorated my refrigerator. Ready? Dr. Collins stood in the doorway, holding a leather-bound journal I'd never seen before. Almost. I closed the desk drawer without taking out the envelope. Some things were better left locked away. He sat across from me, placed the journal between us. Your father gave me this the day before he died. Asked me to hold on to it until you needed it most. My hands trembled as I opened it. Dad's familiar handwriting filled the pages, observations, suspicions, notes about Travis dating back to our engagement. He knew? My voice cracked. He recognized something in Travis. Something he'd seen before. Dr. Collins leaned forward. In your mother's first husband. The world tilted sideways. What? Your father wasn't just my patient, Mabel. He was my best friend. We spent years tracking men like Travis, trying to protect other families. He tapped the journal. Your father knew he was dying. Knew he couldn't protect you himself. So he left breadcrumbs, the insurance policy, the medical records I had access to, even the connection to Natalie's father on the ethics board. All this time, I traced Dad's signature on the last page. He was still watching over me. A crash from outside interrupted us. I rushed to the window, but it was just Sophie knocking over the soccer goal. Emily helped her set it right while Sam recorded everything on his phone, probably for the documentary he was making about Travis's victims, no. Survivors. Your father would be proud, Dr. Collins said softly. Not just of how you survived, but of what you built afterward. He was right. The support group we'd started was helping other women recognize the warning signs. The foundation, funded by Travis's seized assets, provided legal aid to those trapped in similar situations. Even Natalie had found her place, using her law degree to advocate for stronger fraud protections. There's something else. Dr. Collins pulled out an envelope. The ethics board's final decision came today. They're not just revoking Travis's medical license, they're reviewing every case he ever handled. How many? Dozens. Maybe hundreds. He sighed. Some wounds we can heal. Others we can prevent. I stood, decision made. The Foundation's next project, tracking down every patient he might have hurt. Offering help, support, whatever they need. Using his own money to undo his damage? Dr. Collins smiled. Perfect justice. A small hand tugged at my skirt. Sophie stood there, grass-stained and grinning, holding up a dandelion. Behind her, Rachel and Maria chatted on the patio while their children played. Emily arranged snacks while Sam edited footage on his laptop. My new family, built from the ashes of Travis's destruction. For you, Mama, Sophie said, offering the dandelion. I lifted her onto my lap, breathed in the scent of sunshine and childhood. Make a wish? She blew, sending white seeds dancing through the air. Some would take root, I knew. Grow strong despite harsh conditions. Transform into something beautiful and resilient. Just like us. Dr. Collins gathered his things to leave, but paused at the door. Your father's last note, the one he wrote just for you. Did you want to read it? I looked at Sophie, at the family gathering in my backyard, at the Foundation paperwork on my desk. At all the ways love could triumph over hate, truth over lies, justice over revenge. No, I said softly. I think I already know what it says. Because in the end, Dad had given me everything I needed, not just the tools to survive Travis, but the strength to build something better from the wreckage. Something that would help others find their way out of darkness. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying your enemy's world. It's about creating a better one in its place.